We're all familiar with the greeting Selamat Datang, and today it means so much more because we literally mean the safe in Selamat. From intimate studios to world-class convention centers, with globally recognized capabilities and infrastructure, as well as excellent service standards. Malaysia's extraordinary measures in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic has proved effective and is acknowledged as one of the best in the world. You will have a safe welcome because safety is a priority for our meetings, conventions, and exhibitions. We observe international health and safety protocols to ensure the health and well-being of all delegates and guests.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the 2020 Region 10 panel of conference organizers for POCO. I am Nordin Ramli from the IEEE Malaysia Section. I'm very happy to have you today on board together with the very speakers from various countries, especially from Region 10. I'm Nordin Ramli. Again, I would like to welcome everyone. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you the program itinerary of today. All right. So we are very happy to have you again. Will be a half-day event from the morning from 9 o'clock to 1:30. So we are going to be very timely basis we have about 12 different speakers. So today the event is called 2020 IEEE Region 10 Panel of Conference Organizers, or in the short form of POCO. So the event actually is with conjunction of 2020 IEEE R10 Humanitarian Technology Conference, which is going to be held from tomorrow. So my name is again Nordin Ramli. I'm from Executive Committee from IEEE Malaysia Section. So as you may hear, what is POCO 2020? POCO actually is a short form for Panel of Conference Organizers, and this is the second year that we are going to be organized. We have conducted previously in 2017, also been supported by Region 10 grant. So what is POCO? POCO actually is annual event for leading conference organizers around the world. So actually this conference organized to share resources and ideas with all the scientific association and non-profit organizers. POCO convenes thought leaders and decision makers to share conference leaders' best practices, discuss challenges in the conference landscape, envision the future, and launch a new conference initiative. Attendees will also have an opportunity to work together, networking, and share ideas with full community. Previously in 2017, we have this, for example, here, we call mini POCO, is for small event, but this year we are not able to have a face-to-face meeting, so we are going to have a virtual meeting. So the event details are like the following. We have today, 30th of November 2020, from 9 to 1:30 p.m. and we basically all the speakers are connecting to the studio. We are using StreamYard. We have speakers from all the different parts within Asia, And participant actually is connecting to us through the YouTube as well as Facebook. Those participants that completed or attending this event will be given e-certificate after the event. We are very happy that this event actually organized by IEEE Malaysia Section and also be supported by IEEE Region 10, IEEE Meeting, Conference and Event, as well as been supported by Malaysian Convention and Exhibition Bureau, which is going to be deliver one of the talk today by Datuk CEO of MySET. We have altogether actually is 14 speakers. We have 12 here, but we have another additional 2. So all the speakers are coming from various parts, from Japan, India, Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, and also Bangladesh. So we are very happy that this event actually is very international, and actually is reflecting ASEAN as one community, right? So we're going to have very long agenda until the afternoon. So please bear with us and follow the so-called the event. And if you have anything to ask, you can put a message to your YouTube or Facebook comment, and we will listen from our studio. So let's start. So we're going to have welcoming remarks. I would like to welcome Dr. Fauzizu Azmadi Hussein, the chairperson of IEEE Malaysia Section for 2019 to 2020, to give his welcoming remark. So please, Doctor.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning to everyone from Malaysia, as well as our participants, as well as speakers, not just from Malaysia, but that we have a lineup of very prominent international speakers who are able to join us today. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Nordin, who is the current chair of Industry Relations and Professional Activities Committee for Malaysia Section. And he's also the organizing chair for POCO this year. So thank you very much, Dr. Nordin. As you realize now, this event is also a virtual event, right? Today is fully virtual. None of us are gathering at one place. All of us are coming from different places, even in Malaysia. Organizing committee also coming from different places. So this is one example of a perfect virtual event, which our conferences are becoming for this year. So you are joining from various platforms. Some of us are coming from YouTube broadcast, from Facebook broadcast, and also many of us speakers are coming through this StreamYard platform. So it's a perfect demonstration of what a virtual event or a virtual conference should be. And as you saw, Dr. Nordin mentioned just now, we have a lineup of speakers from many countries. We have Prof. Akinori, R10 Director from Japan, Prof. Celia, Chair of Bangladesh Section, Prof. Supawadi from Thailand, who's going to be talking about one of the flagship conferences of Region 10, Prof. Lance, who is a Director-elect for 2021-2022 from Australia, Mr. Deepak Mathur, current Director-elect, who will take over next year. We have Prof. Nirmal from New Zealand. We have speakers from Malaysia. We have Datuk Sri Abdul Ghani from MySET, the CEO of MySET. And also we have a few speakers from our own, volunteers, Professor Zohaina, Dr. Faisal, Dr. Fauzi, who will be speaking based on their experience and what they have learned as a conference organizer. These are the people who have organized many conferences, not just in Malaysia, but international as well. So when I saw the attendee list, I saw there are 1/3 who registered are student volunteers. So that's an excellent participation from the students, especially based on my experience organizing a conference. Having student volunteers is very, very critical, right? And about 45% of the attendees are chapter volunteers, meaning that from the 27 technical chapters in Malaysia, including affinity groups, and all. So about half chapter volunteers. So thank you very much for participating. It's important to ensure quality because chapters are organizing quite a number of conferences in Malaysia. And also I noticed about 10% of the registration are coming from non-Malaysian, not people living outside of Malaysia. Right? So thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully you guys will learn a lot from this event, listening to the lineup of speakers that I mentioned just now. And if you, very quick 1 minute summary, for example, in Malaysia, this year there were 25 approved conferences, right? There were 2 that was organized physically before the movement control order in March. 2 managed to organize physically, and the rest, 17 organized virtually, 6 postponed to next year, and 1 conference decided to cancel due to various reasons, right? So out of this, there were quite a number of financial sponsored conferences which are owned by the chapters, but there are also a smaller number of technical sponsored conferences. So we also have participants who are organizing technically co-sponsored conferences today because we wanted them to be familiar with the IEEE way of doing conferences to ensure quality. So this year it's important for us to ensure quality. So with that, let me just end my welcome, and again, welcome to all the participants, and especially welcome to all the speakers from various parts of the world, especially in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fonizu, for these kind welcoming remarks. So as he mentioned that we are actually is uniting ASEANs from all different parts of the world. So we are happy to have you for today's event. So let's start with welcome Prof. Akinori Nishihara. He's current Region 10 Director for IEEE. So he will be welcoming as well as officiate this event. Prof. Akinori, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction. Good morning, selamat pagi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IEEE POCO, panel of conference organizers. Conferences are an important platform for us to present and discuss our research results and exchange ideas. Last year, IEEE had 1,969 IEEE-sponsored conferences in 103 countries, and 178,999 new conference articles were presented, with 547,000 attendees. You see, this is a lot. And IEEE had 38.1% of revenues from conferences. You see, this is almost 40%. It's a big portion. So we have to maintain innovative and high-quality conferences. And for that, conference organizers should know various things. Region 10 held a conference leadership program initiated by Deepak Mathur, Region 10 Director-elect. And POCO has been held in many places in the world by IEEE MCE, meetings, conferences, and events. This POCO is one of them, held in conjunction with Region 10 Humanitarian Technology Conference 2020 by Malaysia Section. I hope you all enjoy today's POCO and utilize what you learned today to organize high-quality and enjoyable conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Akinori Nishihara, the current Director of Region 10. As Prof. Akinori said just now, actually we have conducted a lot of event conference for the entire year, and it's very important from IEEE point of view to make sure that all the conferences have a very good quality according to the IEEE best of the practice. So through our event today, we will trying to bring all the speakers to talk about a conference. It's not just conferences, but actually we are looking from two perspectives. One, actually how to improve quality. At the meantime, also how to be running the IEEE conferences in this new norm within the pandemic of COVID-19. Previously, like what Dr. Fanizul said, we have what we call it the face-to-face conferences. But today, like what Dr. Fanizul said just now, some of the conferences has been postponed to the later date, and some of the conferences have been, cancelled at all due to certain so-called reason as well as justification. So that within the IEEE, there is a lot of policy that we have to follow or adhere in such running the conferences in uncertainties. So some of the resources actually available from Region 10, and some of the information related to the conferences, you may have it from the IEEE web page. And from based on my experience, the IEEE MCE or meetings, conference and event, they are very so-called supportive, and that is reason like what Dr. Fanil said. We want not only the so-called the management of the IEEE from Region 10 or from Malaysian Section point of view, but also from the new talents from students, which is later to take over all these leadership role to look into how to run the conference in according to the required policy or quality that we have to follow. So again, thank you very much, Dr. or Prof. Akinori Nishihara. So by the way, you will be ending your term this year, right? So what is your so-called few words before you? And I think, I don't know, this is the last event for you to talk on as the director of Region 10. Do you have anything to summarize what you have done in this year?
Oh yeah, actually, this is not the last. I have to attend a few more events this month, not this month, next month. But yeah, it has been fun for me to serve as Region 10 director. Although this year it was difficult because I could not go anywhere since March. So the way of exchanging ideas is very much different from previous years. But using this kind of technology, we have overcome the difficulty, and I hope we will continue this, and even after the pandemic, we can utilize technology, and I hope we can do the conferences better than before.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Akinori. Yes, as you said, previously we used to have face-to-face meeting. We love to travel to different countries to experience not only about the conference, but also the the culture, the environment within the country. Yeah. So again, thank you very much for your time today to officiate this event. We are very happy to have you, and we're going to keep in touch with you for anything with regard to IEEE Malaysia Section, as well as the development of the the volunteers within Malaysia. So again, thank you very much, Prof. Akinori. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Hi, thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. We're going to... So let's start our event today by welcoming the first speaker. So we're going to welcome Prof. Dr. Zuhaina Zakaria. So he is no more introductions to Malaysian IEEE. So he is very well known to us. Prof. Dr. Zuhaina will be talking about a topic, managing conferences in COVID-19. So she is currently a member of IEEE Admission and Advancement Committee, as well as member of IEEE PES Long Range Planning Committee. So Dr. Zuhaina will be presenting to us about 30 minutes on this topic. So please welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nordin. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this invitation for me to be part of Region 10 POCO 2020. I have attended this kind of conferences several times before, and I believe that this conference is packed with information which is very relevant to the conference organizers. The topic which was assigned to me was managing conferences in COVID-19. Let me share this presentation. Dr. Nordin, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge that most of the materials which I include in this presentation was taken from IEEE Meeting, Conference and Events website, IEEE MCE, which is one section in IEEE which will support conferences from application of conference until the post conference, which is publication to IEEE Explore and so on. So further information from this presentation can be, you can explore yourself from IEEE MCE. Right. Now, early March this year, WHO has declared that COVID-19 is as a pandemic. So this declaration has made most of the event pause. Okay, that means we pause for a while, but I think that most of us maybe thought that the lockdown, which will only last like few months, okay, but looking at the condition, the COVID-19 situation still prolonged. So because of that, many events was cancelled. Okay, cancelled. Even the Tokyo Olympic, which should be run this year, also postponed. So as our Region 10 Director mentioned just now, conference is very important. Okay, so we can't afford to postpone. So we need to have another alternative to proceed with that. So one option that we can do is by going virtual. So so there's a shift from in-person meeting into virtual conference. So because of that, IEEE MCE has already prepared, or meaning that they already come up with support system which can help organizers to convert or to have this transition from in-person meeting to virtual meeting. So this is a MCE new website. So if you would like to explore on how to convert your conference from in-person meeting into a virtual meeting, you can go to this website. There is consideration of factors that you need to consider to create a virtual event. And also there are a lot of event resource guide that can give you information or strategies on how to transform your in-person meeting into virtual event. So first of all, you need to consider several factors. The first of all is why go virtual? Okay, so going virtual offers many advantages. As mentioned just now, conference is very important. So if we go virtual, it can let the researchers still publish their research results without delay, okay, rather than cancel the in-person meeting. And then also, you can also maintain the annual conference cycles. For example, you have it every year. So by going virtual, you can continue with the cycles. And usually going virtual offers lower cost. although you may have some limitation in getting some sponsors or live interaction, exhibition, and so on. And also the experience, the immersion experience by going, limitation on immersion experience by going virtual. However, if you consider or if you have decided that you would like to transform your in-person meeting to virtual, you need to reimagine your event. Okay. If you would like to create a virtual event, you can't only, meaning that you cannot really just by taking the conference, by creating it like that, okay? Because successful virtual events are organized differently than in-person meetings. So you would like to start by thinking carefully what your attendees want to get out from the, what is the takeaway from the conference. And that will give you some choices, and that will give you information on how you can execute the event. Okay, you cannot merely just take the conference, the in-person meeting, and convert it into virtual. And then the third factors that you need to consider is the duration. Okay, for in-person meeting, right? What we have is like 2 or 3 days event, which lots of activities packed into a few into that day. Okay, you have technical presentation, you have special session, poster session, and so on. So that really give a very good immersion experience. However, when you do a virtual event, you cannot expect that people can stay online for 8 hours a day. All right. So virtual event work best with smaller number of hours per day spread over more days. For example, if the conference is a 2-day conference, so you might want to prolong into 4 days with only maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. I think after this, speakers from Tansim 2020 and also SYWL will share with you how they transform their in-person meeting into a virtual event. You can see that it is more longer but shorter period in a day. And then presentation. What are the best method to have the authors present? So normally having authors pre-record, which MP4 files are preferred, and upload their presentation can prevent a lot of problems. Okay, that means it is good that we minimize the live session, okay, to prevent from technical problems. And also it is good that we can add a downloading presentation features which the attendees can download and watch during any time that's convenient for them. And also you may also choose to have presentations give in for example, if you want to have a live virtual sessions, you still can pre-record it and give accessible on demand to the attendees. And then exhibitors and sponsors. How can you invite, or how can you persuade exhibitors and sponsors to really involve during virtual event? Okay, because exhibitors and sponsors are very critical part of many conferences, especially a big conference. So one normal method now is by giving them a virtual exhibit hall. Okay, but this is not only option. What we can do is that you can also offer them maybe some demonstration, okay, live or pre-recorded demonstration, or maybe we can insert some brief videos or advertisements into the technical content stream. So So we can still persuade exhibitors and sponsors to be part of the conference. And then networking. Networking during in-person meeting is very critical. So during conferences, this is where we meet people from other countries. We meet people in the same area, and also we meet very important people. So for virtual event, you still need to provide this option. Okay. So there are many different tools, right? You can have a chat feature, or maybe these discussion boards, or in fact a virtual breakout rooms. Certain tools allow you to set breakout rooms where people can go in and also get a network from each other. And then you can also put some offline feedback and engagement, okay? So that it can give chances for the participants to be engaged. You must also remember that some of your participants might not come from same time zone, okay? So with offline comment, you can provide this opportunity for other people who are from different time zone to get engaged also. And then which tools that you can use for virtual event? So there are many tools, and there will be many supplier who like to push the tools to you. So decide what your event to look like. Decide what you want first before selecting the tools that you will use to realize it. So don't confine to a tool that you have chosen and doesn't give you some flexibility in running a virtual event. And then training. Now, virtual event is very new, even though maybe we have involved with Skype, okay, or maybe some online discussion. But when you run a virtual event, it's involved a lot of new tasks, okay, which needs to be explored. So allocate a generous amount of time and resources for training and instruction, because it is not only new to you as organizers, so you need to train your committees, but also new for the attendees, for the speakers. So you need to have some pre-conference testing all the equipment, testing all the tools before you can go live, okay, or before you can start your conference. And then opportunity to excel. Now, as I mentioned, virtual event is very new to most of people. So there are a lot of non-traditional things going on behind the scene. For example, today we're using StreamYard, and I think for the first time I'm at the backstage studio. So this is a new thing. So the support system need to be equipped with all these skills. So meaning that this is where we can involve our committees to excel in this kind of thing, where they can be, we train them, and they can be a good support system in running the virtual event. During Tensing 2020, I think they have very good technical support team, and they have a backup system. Okay, they have students, young professionals, members who are involved with running the conference. I'm sure Dr. Celia will talk about it during her talk today. And professional help. Okay, would you like to have a professional help? Similar, when we have an in-person meeting, are we going to call for professional conference organizers, or we want to have a very good AV system? So same with this, same with virtual event, okay? Do you need a professional help? So it depends on the size of your event. For smaller event, many organizers can do it by themselves, okay? They have many support committees. But for larger meetings, for example, for Region 10 meetings, the amount of work may be a bit complex, and perhaps it is worth to get professional help. And then decisions. When you want to convert or transform your in-person meeting into a virtual meeting, this decision should be made by the conference organizers and the sponsoring organization units. Okay, so this is very important because once you decide to go virtual, the event dates and the schedule, the format, tools and services, in fact the fees, which may be changed a bit, need to be decided by the committee. And if you do need to, or if you do decide to virtualize your event, it is important to engage. There's one team called IEEE Event Emergency Response Team, EERT, where you can contact them for guidance on the full range of issues. Or maybe, and this IEEE virtual event webpage can offer guidance, resources, and also support on planning and also execute a virtual program for your event. Okay, and there's another team called MCE Digital Event Teams, which can answer specific questions and also provide even more support on any of the topics. And most of the services are available at no cost to the conference. And in the IEEE MCE website, you can look at several virtual events guide from your stakeholder consensus building. That means when starting from your decision to transform into virtual until executing and also after your virtual event. So this virtual events guide will give you a guideline or maybe strategies on how to run your virtual event. So do go to the website and look at this information. Beside that, there's also frequently asked questions in the website where you can look at the FAQs and also look at what are the answers for these questions. So as I mentioned just now, the decision to transition from in-person event to a virtual event is made by organizers, and it needs a plan approved by the sponsors and also IEEE and a newly approved budget. So you should get this thing first before you proceed with other aspect of the virtual event. So again, for support, this is MCE team contacts, which you can get information for sponsorship, for application, finance, contracts, and also event emergency response team. They are very fast in responding, so just get in touch with them. All right, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your listening, and I wish you all the best and also fruitful conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Zuhaina, for the speaking on managing conferences in COVID-19. As you mentioned that previously we planned conference ahead. We know what to happen in the coming months. But due to the recent COVID-19 uncertainties, we are somehow have different mind at different situation. We don't know what to happen in coming next few months, for example. So what is your best advice to all the conference organizers whenever they want to start planning for their event? Some they have somehow like the idea maybe to go 100% type of virtual. Some based on my experience that is allowing certain people to have a physical meeting, or what we call it as a hybrid meeting. So how do you advise organizers whenever they want to start to plan? Do they need to look into all the various cases, or just decide from the beginning to go 100% virtual?
Okay, I think when the announcement hit us that COVID-19 is a pandemic, even for me, uh, I've been running a conference on engineering education for 10 years. But this year we plan it to be in Harbin, China. So I think because of lack of knowledge at that time, so we decided to cancel it. Okay, so we have disrupt the cycle. But now I think more conferences has been organized as a virtual, and even us as a participant have also participated in many conferences which organized as virtual. The only thing, the limitation for virtual event is the experience and also the networking part of it. So for next year, I would like to suggest, or I would like to propose that we try to have a hybrid mode of event, meaning that those who are within our locality, which can travel, can be, can participate live or physically during the conference. But those who are outside the country, which cannot travel, they can have an online mode. So at least I think it can create back the experience of attending conference. Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. Zaina. Yeah, I think that's true because of at beginning also some of the conference organizers have decided have no idea how long the COVID-19 going to last. Some have decided to just to delay for a few months, but still things not
Yes,
change.
postponing it.
Yeah, keep postponing it, and yeah, that is something that because one thing that maybe as you can share also, because previously whenever we do a face-to-face meeting conference, normally we have a contract with the hotels, F&B providers and so on. So when come to this situation, it's very much uncertain on the other side as well, because of business point of view. They want to you to stay on board to take their services. How do you advise organizers whenever to deal with this situation? I believe we have the policy from MCE that have to order, but yeah, can you advise us certain things?
For IEEE conference, we are covered by insurance. Okay, so if we need to transform into virtual, we can contact the event response team and they can advise us, especially on the hotel contracts. Um, that's why if I think for next year we need, maybe if you want to go hybrid, you need to get a very friendly hotel which used to IEEE conferences, which understand how the process is. But I think no worry, because we're all covered by the insurance. If we need to cancel or anything, IEEE can help us in that.
Yeah. But for the, I think for the participants that joining us through Facebook and YouTube, actually you can ask question by asking in the comments. The question will come directly to us in the studio. So I will read the question with whenever it's coming to us. I think one last question to you, Prof. Zohaina. And again, as you said, not only about the actually the hotels or
Mm-hmm.
the F&B providers. I have having the same situation that I'm going to host event in 2023, which is to find the sponsors, to find the so-called general chair, which is normally as a platinum sponsors for the conference. So it's very hard to find any company at this moment to support the conference. Uh, Definitely there will be quite issues to the conference organizers as what, because of the thing actually been asked by the so-called steering committee from the HQ. So how do you advise us to go ahead with this to find sponsors or patronage within these uncertainties?
I think that's a difficult question to to answer. Yeah, even though 2023, we might not know how this or when this pandemic can end. However, perhaps we can engage them in more digital way. That means give them exposure on digital ads, television slot perhaps, which can give more visibility for to them as a sponsors. I think now this new norm, we need to go all out on digital, on social media platform. So provide them that kind of opportunities, and also perhaps some live keynote session during the conference. Because I think companies also are not doing well now, so they are also looking at what is it for them, right? So we must get what's the tangible impact that we can provide from the conference. Yeah. I hope it
Uh,
answers the question.
yes, yes, exactly. What we call it, the I think we have to go differently.
Yes.
I think we can see a lot of the conference organizers or even the exhibitors. Normally, they normally have exhibitions in KL Convention Center and so on. Now, what they're going to have actually is virtual
Yes.
exhibitions.
Yes.
They create somehow like a small, virtual shop, for example, like normally we have in Lazada or what, but now
Yes.
become a part of the conference. I think that is will be the way to go ahead, and we also need to embrace actually the technology and so on.
In
Yeah.
fact, one of the conference that I attended before, it should be in Montreal. So since it is virtual, so the organizers also provide some tour, virtual tour of the cities, like 360s view that make us the participants like create that kind of.
All right. I think we have. I think we want to allow actually Dr. Fonizu have one questions. Actually, Dr. Fonizu, wait a minute. I'll try to ask.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Zu,
Yes.
I very recently, as of last week, concluded a conference, a fully virtual conference, which was planned as a physical conference, but ended up becoming a fully virtual conference. I think one of the challenges I faced was in the organizing committee itself,
Hmm.
because we used to do working physically, especially late at the late stage before the conference, right? And it's much easier to manage people physically when you can have them, you can see the secretariat, you can call them, or you can call them to help them with do this, right? But
Yes.
virtually, it's very tough because you cannot see them unless they are joining online, right? Uh, is there any advice that you can share to potential virtual conference general chair who may face this type of situation coming soon, right?
Uh, I believe it requires a lot of mind shift, right? A lot of mind shift, and also how you embrace this new norm. So I believe that General Chair, Celia is here. I think Celia can talk about it. The General Chair should should have the ability to motivate the committees either physically or by virtually. All right. Probably if it's not work, you cannot WhatsApp or message in a team, perhaps you can approach them individually and provide some motivation and um, give them why they are in the committee and why we need to make sure that the conference will be a success, because it will not only give good names to the to the chapters, to the committee, but also to IEEE in general. So the committee also, you need to select those who are really have passion, and also not to be in the conference for their own we have to try to go towards that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I hope
thank you. Thank you, Prof. Zuhaina, for the speaking on managing conferences in COVID-19. So you see also Prof. Dr. Celia Shanas already on board. Celia, how are you, Prof? So you're muting.
Great. How are you all? Thank you for organizing this event.
Yeah,
Nice
so
to
very morning in Bangladesh, so please apologize for that one.
No, it's okay. It's early morning, but only problem is I had a less sleep yesterday night. So it's okay. I'm doing fine.
Okay, so I think we're going to take a 5 minutes break. We're going to start back at 9:55 local time. So I think so 5 minutes breaks. Thank you,
Okay.
Prof.
Thank you.
Zuhaina, for your
Thank you very much.
time. Yeah,
All the
thank
best
you.
for today.
Sure.
Hi, Johanna.
Hi, Celia.
We can see Prof. Akinori.
All right, welcome back after 5 minutes breaks. So I'm hoping that everyone get the some information from the previous talk by Prof. Dr. Zuhaina. So the next speakers, I would like to welcome the next speakers. Prof. Dr. Celia Shanas. Right. So I cannot see her on board yet. Right. Yeah. So I would like to welcome Prof. Dr. Celia Shanas. She is currently the chairperson for IEEE Bangladesh section, as well as the chairperson for IEEE Region 10 10SIM 2020, which being held recently virtually. For your information, Prof. Celia, actually the first 10SIM was held in Sydney, and I'm the person that brought into Malaysia. I was the chairperson for the 10SIM, I think in Kuala Lumpur, the second version. So, but this time around, it was held virtually, and we are looking forward for you to share with us your thought on issues and challenges in IEEE sponsored conferences, especially from Region 10 point of view, and as well as some of your advice to the audience as well. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Prof. Celia. So, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hope I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So let me share my screen.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Give me a second. I don't know whether you can see it. Hope it is, you can see it, right? Hello?
Please.
Hello?
Yes.
Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes. So actually, yeah, the topic, I thank the organizer for this, for choosing a broad topic for me, no matter whether it is face to face, whether it is virtual. Okay. So these are issues and challenges in IEEE sponsored conferences in Region 10. This is a brief bio because I have been involved in many technical society chapters, and I have been working here for more than 20 years. And I will request all of you to really visit my Google Scholar citations, because it is very important to know that the conference quality. It is not only a journal. I really worked hard along with my team so that my conference papers also get cited and become useful to all of you. So our first question is, why conference? It's not only just to get some papers, it is to exchange knowledge and enhance networking, So yeah, getting a PDF file, getting a video presentation file and email answers may not be enough. That's the appeal of face-to-face conference, and main objective of of any conferences, especially in Region 10, because we are doing a lot of conferences, increase the overall quality of the conference through identifying the key aspects of a good conference, identify methods of integrating this aspect to the future conference, and what is actually missing in actually almost every conference in Region 10 or beyond Region 10. We give publicity. We think that publicity committee is the less important committee. But this is the most important committee, because I have served as a Region 10 TENSIM General Chair, and I wanted to motivate whole my team that publicity is the main factor that usually we ignore, that creates the best outcome. Just as an example, in TENSIM, we did publicity, and during the paper submission, we got the um, first wave of this pandemic, but we did not lose hope. We kept on publicizing it in social media, in LinkedIn, in emails. So the publicity team should be very strong in Region 10 conferences. I had 20 professional members, and I have motivated them that this is the heart of the conference. So this is my one suggestion to every conference organizers. And as a result, in TENSIM, we got more than 1,000 papers during the pandemic, when it was a huge turnout. We were able to convince people that we will do a very good flagship conference, and we'll make TENSIM 2020 a pride of Region 10. And another important thing, as Prof. Aki mentioned previously during Region 10 meeting, the conference website. We also, the Region 10 and other conference organizers, also give less priority to the conference website, but it should be the most lucrative one. So this is another challenge we really ignore. So in our conferences, no matter it is whether it is virtual or factory, it's an important term, the demand expectation, that what I want to do beyond the regular paper presentation and various technical events. We really want to do something beyond regular paper presentation, so that it can enhance the quality of a outcome of a conference. We really need a huge number of professional graduate student volunteer pool that will really help us doing the cross checks, prohibited auto list checks, and many other things, because these are important things before starting the review process. It's not that after review will come, then we will do the cross check prohibited list. We may do it. That's another area Region 10 conference organizers should focus on. So actually, what are the key aspects missing in many conferences is that designing the session along with the theme, and making sure there are dynamic presentation, interactive sessions, open floor for discussion related issues. Now it is virtual. Actually, we wanted to make interaction through the poll, to the chat box, allowing the communication between the participants, between the speakers. So giving the poll is a very good way of interacting during the virtual conference. But even in the face-to-face, this is very important. Another important challenge that Region 10 conference is facing, that deciding the keynote speech. Actually, keynote sets the tone of the entire conference. In TANSIM, we had 11 keynote speakers. Majority were almost all were fellow of IEEE or live fellow of IEEE. And what we usually, as a conference organizer, uh, usually do not keep in mind is that the keynote speaker should cover the different areas of IEEE technical societies. IEEE Technical Society has more than 39 technical societies, and he or she should be expert in the field and in the dynamic presenter, because if it is a 1 hour presentation, and if the present is too much theoretical, because the 2 days back I was attending a congress, so in the congress also there is a theoretical presentation without any practical So we can talk freely with the keynote speaker that what is your expectation as a conference organizer. You are not just an organizer, you are a visionary person, and that's for Region 10. I my request, what actually I have employed in my all conferences with along with my team. And apart from this keynote, uh, when the regular session starts, to make the regular session very learning outcome based, we can arrange invited talk before every session, 15 minutes, and that's missing in many conferences. Will you know that will help us to address key issues, and select topics that are with the theme, and select speakers with the expert. Actually, that will virtually or face to face connect our young faculty members, our students, to the expert in the field. Say, I'm general chair, you are general chair, and I am working in a highest ranked engineering university in the country, and I have funding opportunity. I may go to the flagship conference, meet the speakers, but what about my students in the rural community, my students in the my young faculty members in 52 universities in Bangladesh where we have IEEE student branches? They do not have funding. So if we, our conference organizers, if we can work, it's a volunteer work, right? It's a communication and it is a thought process. If we can bring more invited speaker, it will add value to the program. And the paper presenter during the parallel session, they are young researchers, and they will feel excited, and they get connected with those invited speaker for their PhD admission, for their postdoc position. This is more than a conference. These are the challenges we are facing while designing the technical program. And there can be plenary sessions are almost missing to discuss the recent progress, to have more question answer session, and to have a more interaction, to have more ideas to emerge. So these are the important things we may discuss. And in actually, apart from Congress, many few conferences are arranging the panel discussion during the conference. I remember in TenCon 2017, there was a very interesting panel discussion. It's very important to have a panel discussion from diversified background. You know, they may not write papers, but they are maybe working with the standards, IEEE standards. They may work with IEEE entrepreneurship. They may work with IEEE new initiative. They may work with IEEE history committee. They may work with IEEE humanitarian activity committee. So this panel discussion in missing in regular co-sponsorship conference. Another important challenge that we have a very less parallel sessions, like that we are running technical sessions, but we really need to have some other parallel sessions that are missing in our conferences to create future authors, to include more IEEE technical societies, to more affinity groups like Women in Engineering by young professional. And it's important to select chair that is missing to the parallel session, technical session, because you know sometimes after the session, there is no question. If the session chair is selected according to the session's expert area, then session chair can ask at least one or two questions, and that can create a lot of interest among the authors. Okay. And another challenge in the technical program, when we are allocating the sessions, actually we should not keep the same theme session like power system and renewable energy, and power electronics at the same time. We should think about such challenges. We just fit the technical program, and we don't think about the audience interest area. Even if it is virtual, yeah, in virtual people can switch from one virtual room to another virtual room, but still it is very less likely. But when it is face to face, people like to sit in one room and listen to the presentation. And and there we should keep, in region 10 we should keep more focus on additional segments to engage audience, like mini workshop, tutorial, project showcasing, live demonstration, live quiz, and that will engage a generation. I mentioned previously about industry panel. If you make a survey that how many region 10 conferences or how many conferences in region 10 are organizing this industry panel, which is very, very important to increase the industry membership, IEEE members in industry, so that we can have a better industry academia collaboration. And I have attended Industrial Application Society annual general meeting, or if you look at PS, Power and Energy Society annual general meeting, they have big industries, big booths, coming different companies. No matter how small your conference is, it is really lacking in our conferences to arrange exhibitions, to arrange posters, to know about the companies, to know about the skill set, to know about the recruitment facilities by the conference organizers. Also, student forum. Student forum does not mean we have to bring always the students. We can bring all fellows of IEEE of the country, or all senior members, all couple of life members in your section, so that they can mentor the students. This is a very good learning platform, and conference is a big occasion to do that, which is missing. Another important thing is missing in our region 10 conferences or other conferences: special session. Special session will address the issues actually that is not covered in the keynote, that is not covered in the regular scope of the paper, like now the deep learning for power systems, deep learning for computational intelligence. So these are the emerging areas where we can arrange special session. And I really emphasize or request all my colleagues or conference organizers to do society-specific event. In TENSIM, we have given special emphasis to Signal Processing Society, because Signal Processing Society was offering $1 student membership fee. So this is a great offer to bring a younger generation to that society. And also we have given special emphasis to Power and Energy Society, because we have to make a balance between our local need and our global need. So IEEE Power and Energy Society is one of the largest society, and in our country also power and energy has better and high focus. So another important issue that we actually now we don't need it, but we needed it, the conference budget, and whether our venue is within the conference budget, whether it is accessible to all. So proper budgeting, whether facilities are there for mobility impaired people, because we sometimes ignore this, whether accommodations are available, whether food and beverage are available, whether there are internet and telecommunication facilities are uninterrupted or not. And also the space, there should be proper meeting rooms, because when we submit an international bid from region 10, we want to submit more international bid to have more big flagship conferences. These are the important criteria, that what are the meeting rooms, whether we have a sufficient poster session area, whether we have a secretariat, whether we have a reception, whether we have a big banquet hall or washroom. So these are the important things which usually we sometimes ignore, but these are also issues. These are the areas. We have the poster board, we have the suitable fixing materials, opportunity to interact with other. If we cannot stand there, if the judge cannot come there, so these are the problem we faced when it was face to face. And in technical presentation, there should be audio visual facility, there should be a projector and PC, all of this. But although we are general chairs, technical program chairs, but it's very important to make sure this is and install suitable software and PC. Sometimes the author presentation does not match, so we need all type of software preserved there. And in the opening ceremony, our opening ceremony is very important, and our prize giving ceremony. And now it is virtual, and many conferences are arranging virtual cultural events. Especially, we ignore this cultural event because it is the pandemic time. We don't want to do such cultural event or merrymaking, but it can be done in the closing ceremony. Make sure that you are declaring the prize or best paper awards. Some conferences, what they do, they could not finish evaluation the best paper things, and they don't declare. So we need to dedicate a separate team for that. So it's very important to have a coordination. And in the virtual cases, a conference coordinated, we kept a dedicated room for conference secretariat, where all the available volunteers will be there for any communication, for any support. So in the face-to-face, there should be many conference day activities where what we may not get prepared, one-site registration. We always have to monitor budget, so that sometimes on-site many costs required, and we have to see the budget that it does not go beyond the budget. And every day after the conference, there should be a wrap-up meeting, learning the mistakes of day one so that it does not happen in day two. And food and beverage, because it's not that we have given order to the companies. It's very important to consider the choice of food of the authors and other participants. And after the closing ceremony, we always close. There is no feedback and no Thanksgiving. There is Thanksgiving, but there should be a Thanksgiving to the reviewer. The reviewer in TENSIM, we have sent a certificate to all reviewers, and we made a video in the closing ceremony to show it to our chief guest and all conference participants, that how we are recognizing their contribution. So we may have a separate committee for it to recognizing, I should say, that the who are handling certificate of each speaker, certificate of the guest, certificate of the session chair, and the certificate of the committee member, or video celebration of the committee member. In TENSIM, in the closing, we really did it, and it is already uploaded in the conference website. So proper acknowledgement is very important to the organizer and volunteers. And there is an important issue, finance. When we are submitting IEEE MOU application, we really need to mention a chair of finance committee, which is called treasurer of the conference. And registration. In the registration, actually, there should be a difference. Many conferences, we have to closely monitor it, that there should be a benefit to the IEEE member, benefit to the student member. What Prof. Aki suggested me during TENSIM, there should be a benefit to the life member. And we kept life member registration fee equivalent to student member fee. So, and also registration fee and how you are paying the registration, because many countries, they do not have the credit card option. So if you are foreign authors, because you are doing international conferences, and there should be a payment option from the outside, and we have to think about it much before the conference, even whether it is face to face, whether it is virtual one. And there should be a scope for spot registration, like many flagship conferences. And another important issue, and there should be a very dynamic person, couple of dynamic person, who should be involved in the visa assistance, invitation letters, giving interview for them. And this is very, very important, because we are inviting foreign authors to our and awards and prizes: best conference papers, best student papers, best volunteers. This is very important to recognize it properly, to empower and encourage the future generation. And we should make some budget, so that we can keep some travel grants, some incentives, some rebates. So not all budget should go for a registration kit and for food. So this is important thing. And now question is, what is a virtual conference? It's not a teleconference. It is not an online conference. It's not like a video conference. It's like a conference we want to make. We try to fulfill the expectation without joining physically. So we need to create a virtual environment and virtual reality. So we did Region 10 flagship conference, 10SIM 2020. And this is the first fully virtual Region 10 flagship conference. Many people say that it will be delayed, it will be stopped. But actually, as a general chair, I was very determined and motivated all my committee members to stay tuned, because we had submission more than 1,000. And during the pandemic, we motivated our reviewers home and abroad, called them so that they submit their review. 446 papers were presented, 71 technical sessions, and many parallel tracks: student activity, women in engineering activity, humanitarian activity, industry academia panel. So those were many parallel tracks and many invited tracks. So a detailed report about Region 10 10SIM 2020 was published in Region 10 newsletter, July issue. So I will suggest you to read that newsletter as a great archive of organizing a flagship conference. And immediately after 10SIM, we felt that during the 10SIM, we have seen more than 1,800 people joined virtually, but I found them very worried, because many of them were conference organizers, and I have seen worried in them. And immediately after 10SIM, along with my team, I wanted to share that experience. So we have organized that virtual conference organizers panel, VCOP. And I have seen that 10th Malaysia Section chair there about what will happen to Region 10 HTC. I'm so glad today that Region 10 HTC is happening, and 10Con has already happened. And it's a great that we could share our experience. Also, how to organize a virtual conference. We have, from our technical program chair, Professor Fatah has written a detailed document and published it in the Region 10 newsletter. I request our future conference organizer to read that so that you can have a better idea and we can do a collaborative event. After that, we did International COVID-19 Congress, where thanks Professor Akinari, Professor Toshi Fukuda, Professor Kukjin, our Technical Activity Board Vice Chair Kozigo for attending 10SIM, and many other friends and also in International COVID-19 Congress, where we also talked about conference quality and other things. And we will be organizing 6th IEEE Week on EC 2020 conference in collaboration between Bangladesh and Bhubaneswar in India. Hope we can share more good practices at the end of the year so that it will be a learner for many other new conference organizers who are facing problem and having fear of arranging virtual conferences and important events in virtually. It's very important. Only one thing I wanted to what I faced is, and I mentioned in the Region 10 newsletter, that authentication of presenter who is presenting virtually, who has registered for the paper. This authentication process is a challenge for virtual conference organizers. However, people, we have given a survey to the conference organizer, congress organizer, participants. Still, people are liking face-to-face. So, but still, we cannot guarantee when the pandemic will be over. We have just worked very hard so that we can keep all the technical aspects of conferences intact in the virtual conferences. Although we are missing the cultural event, we are missing the food, and we are missing the appeal of face-to-face conferences. But, show must go on, technology must go on, and we must carry such virtual events for timely outcome, for timely dissemination of research outcome of the silent researchers who are really working hard during the pandemic. Thank you once again for inviting me. Hope I could share my experience, and hope it will be an important lesson for all of you. Thank you very much.
Professor Dr. Celia Shanas for the insightful sharing on her in specific the experience at the Bangladesh section running various of event from the entire few years until today. I believe Bangladesh section has among the top most students members. Just one question to you. How you try to look into this demographic of mostly students to support your conference?
Okay, actually, we connect. Actually, in the conferences, 10 SIM, we actually invited our graduate student and majority professional members. Actually, we motivated them, and we had a lot of discussion session because it was a Region 10 flagship conference and happening virtually for the first time in Region 10. So it was a really pretty serious issue. We had host for each virtual room. We had 4 hosts from 4 different locations in the country, because paper may come from outside. So we have tested with our alumni who are living outside, so that presentation is happening properly or not. So for one room hosting, actually we kept 4 different hosts from 4 different locations to really test that if one host fails to present or share the audio video file, another host will automatically take charge. These are the redundancies and flexibilities we have kept, and majority of them were professional members. And for undergrad students, usually in other virtual events, we do a lot of brainstorming session with them. We do a lot of practice problem with them. We always keep them engaged so that we don't feel that we are just calling them for conference for our purpose. We always, every week, we have a brainstorming session, and they feel that we are adding life we are adding value to their life. That's why when we need some help from them for poster preparation, for publicity. Although for Tensim publicity, we have employed the professional members, all professional members, because they have little bit maturity. So these were very important. And for students, we have to always keep them engaged so that they don't feel that we are just calling them just for 2 days,
All right.
and we recommend them regularly for different awards, different competitions, and different travel gangs. So they are always engaged with us.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, thank you again to Prof. Dr. Silashanas for your insightful sharing and also your time today to talk on issues and challenges in IEEE sponsored conferences in Region 10. So on behalf of the event organizers, again, to thank you and hope to see you again in the coming future event. All right.
Yes, I also welcome you for future event. Hello, Fine Izu, and hello, Faisal. So both of them was a great contributor of Tensim 2020, and also both of them were present during VCOP, and they had a very tensed mood. Today I am seeing them laughing, and I'm feeling better. Thank
Yeah,
you,
thank you.
Nurdin. Thank you very much.
All right, so we go to the next one. Thank you, Prof. Celia. So next we want to go to the next speaker. We would like to welcome speaker to talk on managing your conferences finances, especially in the current uncertainties by Professor Dr. Muhammad Faisal Ahmad Fauzi. He was past chair of IEEE Malaysia Section. Currently, he is a chairperson at the IEEE Region 10 Newsletter Committee. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully, yeah.
Doctor, can you share your slide? Have you shared?
I already shared the slide. Can you see them?
Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I cannot go into presentation mode, is it?
Can. Please proceed.
Okay. Can you see the slides now?
Yeah, we can see. Yeah, we can see.
Now,
very nice.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you again, Nordin, and also thank you, Faunizu, for inviting me to give this talk on finances. Okay. I have some experience as the finance chair of several conferences. First of all, we have our Signal Processing Society's ICPA conference. I was the finance chair for that conference a few times, on top of the general chair, another couple of times. And currently, I'm the finance chair for ICIP 2023. Okay, so ICIP 2023, or ICIP is the flagship Signal Processing Society's conference. In 2023, we managed to bid it to come to Kuala Lumpur. So hopefully in 2023, we can have our physical conference again. Okay. So here I'll share some of the things related to finances, but disclaimer, okay, this slides basically is taken from the one presented at one of the conference leadership program. In this case, the one presented in Goa, India in August 2019. And I just made some modifications or adaptation to it in order to adapt to, I think, the Malaysian or the ASEAN conferences. Okay, so basically we will go through this agenda. Okay, we talk a bit about the benefits of financially sponsored conference. Okay, meaning that the IEEE financially sponsored conference, the role of the conference treasurer or the finance chair. Okay, budgeting, banking, insurance, taxes, contracts, and also conference closing and audits, and so on. So first of all, for IEEE, you can have your conference financially or technically sponsored. Okay, whether you approach your section or your chapter, okay, you can actually have it technically sponsored, or better yet, to have it financially sponsored. Okay, so the benefits of IEEE financially sponsored conference, okay, first of all, is unlimited financial upside for your OU, And then the most important, I think, is the insurance coverage, especially now with a lot of cancellation of conference because of COVID. So we have this insurance coverage, okay, to cover us in case we need to cancel or change in mode and so on. Okay. And then access to potential seed money. In Malaysia Section, also we have this practice of giving seed money, especially to new conferences. Okay, the one where you don't have any previous conference held yet, so it's just starting. So basically, we give seed money. I'm sure other section also having similar practice. Okay, and then of course you can have assisting in terms of budgeting, banking, okay, contract negotiation, tax management, and also financial reporting. So I think when it comes to finance, okay, the most important chair is the finance chair. Okay, basically, finance chair ensure the financial success of the event. Also ensures alignment with the best practices, relevant regulations, and also IEEE policies. They need to ensure that all financial, tax, and audit requirements are met. Okay. They are also basically, of course, involve the whole committee, but the finance chair is the one in charge of, responsible, okay, to develop the conference budget. Okay, of course, with feedback from the other committee members, and the budget should include a 20% surplus. We'll go into this a bit more after this. Okay, and also some contingencies. Okay, for things that probably unexpected or something that we cannot see. He also responsible to establish conference bank accounts. Again, it depends on countries. In Malaysia, it's a bit difficult right now to just simply open a bank account, okay, for conference or for societies. So usually, if the conference is organized by chapters, then we let the chapter. Maybe the chapter, if they don't already have the specific accounts for the conference, maybe the chapter account can be used for that. Okay, and once the conference is finished, we don't simply just close the bank account as suggested by IEEE. Okay, in Malaysia, again, because of the the difficulties, okay, and troublesome to open and close accounts. Once the conference is finished, okay, we remove all the money from the account. We just leave them with a very minimal amount, okay, so that it can be continued to be used later without having to go through the process of opening a bank account again. So she also responsible to manage tax and insurance, okay, and also quite important, okay, for the final report and audit, okay, especially if your conference, okay, having a certain surplus, a certain revenue, then you are probably need to be audited. Okay, later we'll go into this again. So in terms of timeline, this is the general timeline, the suggested timeline by IEEE. Okay, in terms of budgeting, opening a bank account, having insurance, and so on. Okay, we suggested about 18 to 12 months before the conference. Okay, and then for contract negotiations, whether the venue, the hotel, okay, the F&B, and so on, okay, usually is done between 18 to 6 months prior to the conference. Okay. And most of the transaction after the paper has been reviewed, okay, then once all those accepted papers are making registration fee payment, so we have most of the transaction during this 6 months, okay, before the conference. Okay, and then after your conference, basically you are given about 6 months, okay, to close your conference, and if you are need to be audited, then also this is the time for you to do the audit. Okay. In terms of budgeting, okay, so again we go into this a bit. Okay, we develop the initial conference budget. Okay, we need to develop the initial conference budget prior to making any financial commitments. Okay, again the budget you should target to generate at least 20% surplus. Okay. If possible, okay, if the conference has been done before, use the historical expense and revenues, okay, as a baseline, okay, and then make the necessary adjustment. And of course, if your location changes, okay, for example, this year you have it in Kuala Lumpur, next year you have it in somewhere else, probably the venue is cheaper, then basically you just need to make the necessary adjustment. Okay, and then you need to identify all major revenue and expenses. Usually for conference, the major revenues are the venue or the hotels. Okay, usually our conference, we have it in a hotel. Some conference are held in university. Some university charges for the venue, some university don't. Okay, so all of this need to be included in the budget. Okay, carefully. The next major expenses are probably the F&B, the food and beverages. Okay, usually based on the conference headcount. Okay, and then you can do the necessary budgeting. Okay, this includes all the volunteers. Okay, the volunteers and also the helpers, the runners. Okay, you need to include all of this into the budget. Okay, in terms of revenues, okay, basically the registration fee is the main income, okay, for the conference. Okay, some conference have tutorials, so they may generate income from tutorial as well. Okay, some may receive grants or sponsorship. Okay, and some may also have exhibition, so you can have income from exhibition as well. Okay. So you need to prepare initial budget. Okay, the good practice is you can try to have consider several scenarios. Okay, for example, what happened if you only receive, for example, 50 accepted papers. Okay, and then what would be the budget like if you have like 75 or 100 papers accepted. Okay, so all this, some expenses, okay, will be prorated, some are not. Okay, so it's a good practice to actually consider several situations, okay, or several outcome of the conference. Okay, basically the main parameters here is the attendance. Okay, and also if there is a change in the venue, okay, the venue location from the previous years. Okay, but also, okay, in case of if you have a natural disaster, labor strikes, extreme currency valuation change, and so on, then we need to have to submit a new forecast. Okay, but usually after the review are done, okay, and then you notify the authors whether their papers are accepted or not, we have a good idea of how big the conference will be, or in terms of the final budget of the conference. Okay, but then again, of course, this year we have this pandemic. Okay, and most conferences either have to cancel or postpone or change to virtual or hybrid conference. Okay, so this also probably will involve new forecast. For example, tomorrow, okay, we are going to have the Region 10 HTC conference. In fact, today, I think we already have a workshop and also some special sessions today. Initially, we planned for physical conference, but because of this pandemic, okay, we change it to be virtual, and definitely, we need to submit a new forecast. We need to create a new budget, okay, with a new registration fee, fee structure, and so on. So to help you plan for your budget, okay, we do have these tools, a worksheet, okay, that you can use, okay, which is very useful. Okay, conference budget planning worksheet. Okay, all the flagship conference, most of them use this worksheet, especially when you want to present your budget for approval and so on. So you can download them, okay, from the two links given at the bottom of the slides. And okay, you need to submit your conference. Okay, you submit your budget to IEEE. Okay, and then basically you are submitting a summary of the conference revenues and expenses. Okay, the registration rates. Okay, projected attendance statistics. Okay, and so on. Okay, if you need assistance, you can always contact the conference business operations team. Okay, now for banking. Okay, IEEE suggested a few, 4 of these options. Okay, the first one is basically to open the IEEE concentration banking. Okay, but I think if your majority of your transaction are in USD, okay, or Canadian dollars, okay, we can go for this. But I think for Malaysian conferences, okay, we opted for the second option, okay, which is to open a conference account at your local bank. Okay. This is the recommended option, but as I mentioned, recently with the new regulation with the Bank Negara, okay, or the National Bank, it's a bit more difficult to simply just open a bank account. Okay, so for those conference that already have their conference account, then basically it should be fine. Okay, but for those new conference, if you want to open, then it can be a bit tricky, but still, there are things that can be done in order for you to open this bank account. Okay, so usually we recommend one account specifically for that particular conference only. Okay. Third option is you can use a fiscal agent representation. Again, we don't. I think for conferences held in Malaysia section, we don't really use this. Okay. The final and last option is, if you don't have your conference account, if you don't have the chapter account, okay, you can consider having a section account. But again, okay, this is not really recommended because, for example, Malaysia section have about 30 chapters, okay, affinity groups, and also subsection. So it's almost impossible, okay, to use a section account, okay, for this purpose. Okay, but this is, we include it here as the last option. And I'm going to go this very quickly. For those conferences in India, okay, you also have options to use this GIEEE. Okay, and this help you with to ensure compliance with the Indian tax regulation. So again, section account, okay, this is not really recommended, okay, because as you can see from there, the most difficult thing is to separate, okay, the transaction, okay, the activities, okay, in the section, especially, for section account also you have payment coming in, okay, from Region 10, okay, from MGA, okay, for many purposes. So support from section treasurer is required, but again, as I mentioned, this is not really recommended. Okay, but we included here because it's one of the options, okay, given with IEEE. In terms of insurance, okay, if your conference are approved by IEEE, then basically, this one is we're talking about the financially sponsored conferences. Then basically you are covered by IEEE, insurance, okay, by IEEE. Okay, basically they protect, okay, IEEE in the event, and also they protect the volunteers, okay, for the conference. Okay, it provides coverage for third-party bodily injury, property damage, okay, and so on. Okay, so those conference volunteers, okay, they're included on the insurance policies. Basically, they are protected, okay, while acting within the scope of their authorized duties. And also, if your event is cancelled, okay, for those 100% financially sponsored conferences, okay, then you can actually have this option as well. Okay, but I don't have direct experience with event cancellation. Again, either you can contact the conference, the MCE directly, or you can contact them through your section chair or treasurer. In terms of taxes, okay, in Malaysia we used to have a GST. I'm not sure if they are going to reintroduce GST or not. Okay, but during the period when we have a GST, I think around 2 years, it's a bit more complicated. Okay, but since the GST has been abolished, okay, and then replaced with SST, then it's back to the previous practice, which is a bit more straightforward. Okay, but one important thing, okay, if your conference deal with any payment, okay, made to any US citizen. So the first two sentence there, the first 2 points there, if you make any payments to US citizens, okay, or US resident aliens, okay, or if your conference is in the US, okay, which is in this case probably is not applicable to us, okay, then these two basically you need to gather, okay, some information before the payment is made. Okay, for example, you need to have their full name and address, okay, citizenship status, social security numbers, and so on. Okay, this if you make any payments to US citizens. Okay, so this payment include any awards or grants or honorarium, okay, prizes, commissions, and so on. So these are some important things that you need to be aware of. Okay, and again, depending on your country, okay, whether your country have VAT or GST or sales tax or SST, okay, basically please follow the regulations, okay, on this. Okay, so again, if you're not sure, you can contact the conference business operation or the MCE or the consult with your section, okay, or section chair, okay, for any to clarify any items. Okay. Okay, the next one is contracts, which is quite important. Okay, because depending on your, I mean, especially if your contract is above a certain value, okay, it is compulsory to have, you know, the contracts. Okay, later in the next slide, we'll show you the details. Okay, the breakdown. So the purpose, okay, of the, you know, why we need to enter into contract is basically you establish, okay, what services or goods that will be exchanged by the parties. Okay, you document the terms and conditions. Okay, and then you can secure, you know, the good services pricing to be consumed at a later date. Okay. And this is the table. Okay. Good. So I'm going to start with I think the fourth one. Any contracts, you know, over 25,000 US dollar in Malaysian ringgit, it's around 100,000 ringgit. Okay. This one probably applicable, especially if you have a big conference and then you do it at a hotel. Okay. And then maybe with the caterer, okay, to provide the food and beverages and so on. Okay. If it's not a high risk, okay, then basically in this case you need the contract. Okay. You need a legal review, okay, by IEEE. Okay, you need the MCE engagement, you need the purchase order, and so on. So basically, anything over 25,000 US dollar, you need all of this. Okay. If it's between 5,000 and 25,000, okay, then you need the three. I mean, the contract, okay, the purchase order, the MCE engagement, but you don't really need a legal review. Okay, and then anything below 5,000, or in this case between 5,000, I mean 1,000 and 5,000. Okay, the contract is not required but only recommended. Okay, but you need still the purchase order and MCE engagement. Okay, but again you don't need the legal review. Okay, but anything under 1,000 US dollar or around 4,000 ringgit, okay, contract is required. Okay, but you don't need any of the legal review, PO and MCE engagement. Okay. So this is, I think, is quite important, especially if your conference will be audited later on. Okay, then they will request, okay, all of this. Okay, if depending on your, you know, the contract values. Okay, so make sure you follow this. Okay, otherwise your audit, okay, will be, you know, at the risk of being rated unsatisfactory. Next will be on the conflict of interest. So this is just for for those, you are the organizer, then probably if you need to make purchase from a company that you have interest, then basically you need to disclose this. Okay. So basically, the principles of business conduct, the conflict of interest form needs to be completed by the chair and treasurer, okay, before any payment commitment is made. Okay. Any individuals involved in making procurement decisions, okay, or business activities, okay, that could represent a potential conflict of interest also should complete the conflict of interest form. Okay. And again, as I mentioned just now, okay, at the end of your conference, okay, you have 6 months to close your conference, and then if you're eligible for audit, then you have to complete the audit process. Okay, by then within that time period. Okay, so to close the conference, here, okay, the first point there it says you should close the bank account with all remaining fund distributed. Okay, but in Malaysia, okay, we already communicate this with the IEEE. What we usually do, we don't actually close the bank account, because once you close them, then when you want to open it again for the next edition of the conference, it's going to be quite a lengthy process. Okay, so what happened is that we remove, okay, all the funds, okay, except for very minimal amount, for example 100 ringgit, okay, within in the account, okay, so that the conference will be unused, okay, with only the minimum amount. But the next time you want to use it again for the conference, then you can start from the the minimum amount left there. Okay, this is, I mean, much easier, okay, compared to closing and then have to go through all the process of opening a bank account again. Okay. So a final financial report showing the revenue and expenses, okay, should be submitted to IEEE within 12 months of the conference conclusion. Okay, but we recommended for you to complete this as soon as possible. Okay. And the preferred submission method, okay, again, there's a link given there. Okay, you can go there. Okay, and if your conference revenue, okay, is more than 250,000 USD, okay, or slightly more than 1 million ringgit, Malaysian ringgit, then basically you need to have an audit. For example, when we organized 10Con in 2017, okay, our revenue is more than 250,000 USD, then definitely we need to have we need to do an audit, okay, for the conference. Okay, so the audit can be performed by either the IEEE's internal operations audit, or okay, you can select your own certified local auditor. Okay, again, you can contact the MCE Business Operations, okay, to to discuss this, okay, to clarify things that you're not clear with. So I think that's more or less it about my presentation. Okay, here I'll just share some resources and support, okay, to help you with your conference finances. Okay, in the conference education program, okay, you're going to see this information again, okay, what the one that I just presented, okay, and also some other information, okay, for example, okay, how to develop your budget, okay, the audit process, okay, and the NetSuite, okay, how to use NetSuite for conferences and so on. Okay, and again, MCE Business Operations team, okay, is always there to assist you, okay, with your inquiries. Thank you. I'll pass back to Dr. Nadir.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Muhammad Faizal Ahmad Fauzi, to talk on finances view in running the conferences. Perhaps I have one question to you. I think mostly the audit become at the last. You know, whenever we run the conference, we never think about the audit. How I think especially at the local conferences, especially those conferences from international or the flagship conference, there are a lot of procedures has been there already. How we can advise like student related conferences or our local chapters conferences in preparing for the audit?
Okay, as I mentioned just now, not all conferences have to be audited. The one that is eligible for audit is those, if your revenue is above a certain amount, in this case, the USD 250,000. So usually if you are organizing a small conference with like 100 papers and so on, probably you are not going to exceed this kind of revenue. So you don't have to worry about audit. But if you're organizing, flagship conference, for example, last time we organized 10Con, okay, and then at that time, okay, our revenue is just slightly over the 250,000 USD, but still because of that we need to do the audit. And also now that from my experience, okay, we are preparing for this IEEE 2023. When preparing the budget, actually now because for this kind of conference, you foresee you project a lot of papers, okay, and then you project your revenue is in fact in this case in fact more than USD 1 million. So in the beginning itself, in the preparation of the budget itself, you need to include the audit fee, okay, in the budget. Okay, so basically this is also, if you download the worksheet, okay, the tools that I shared just now, then it's already there. Okay, so if your conference is, if you project your conference revenue is going to be above this 250,000, then you need to include them. Otherwise, then your conference basically you don't need, unless there are some issues. I mean, there's some that happens before the Region 10, or I cannot recall the Region 10 or the MGA, okay, selected randomly some conferences, okay, from a certain countries to be audited. I think it happened for, if I'm not mistaken, the MICC before. Okay, so if that happens, then again, when you do audit, you need to have some budget for audit. So again, it's a good practice to also include some allocation for this auditing purpose. Okay, If you need to use them later on, and then fine. Otherwise, then that can be like converted into a surplus. Hope this answers.
All right. Yeah, I think yeah. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Faizal Muhammad Fauzi, for the insightful sharing, as what he shared some of the resource information that available from the MCE, as well as from Malaysian chapter section. We have our a lot of information in the website. If your chapter or student branch would like to have a conference, there is a good source. I think due to the time reason, we take a few 1 minute break before we continue to the keynote talk by Prof. Lance. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Faizal, and we will take 1 minute break.
We're all familiar with the greeting Selamat Datang, and today it means so much more because we literally mean the safe in Selamat. From intimate studios to world-class convention centers, with globally recognized capabilities and infrastructure, as well as excellent service standards. Malaysia's extraordinary measures in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic has proved effective and is acknowledged as one of the best in the world. You will have a safe welcome because safety is a priority for our meetings, conventions, and exhibitions. We observe international health and safety protocols to ensure the health and well-being of all delegates and guests. As Malaysians living in the new normal of today, we heed the call of our fellow compatriots to come together in support of local businesses to revive our economy. Tourist hotspots and popular sightseeing locations take special measures to ensure the health and safety of visitors. No matter where you travel in Malaysia, whether from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca, and Johor, or to Penang, and Langkawi, or even across to Sabah and Sarawak. When you are welcomed with greetings of Selamat Datang, rest assured that it is selamat and safe to meet in Malaysia.
So, when you're ready for your meetings and incentives, conventions or exhibitions, we are ready to welcome you and your delegates. Come to enjoy Malaysia's world-class facilities seamlessly blended with our traditional hospitality to make you feel safe and comfortable. Selamat datang and let's meet in Malaysia.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for keep staying until this moment. So we'd like to thank you and welcome everyone to the POCO2020, organized by IEEE Malaysia Section, as well as the been supported by various entities within IEEE, especially Region 10 IEEE. This event also been supported by IEEE headquarters as well as IEEE meeting, conference, and event. Next, we would like to move to the next sessions. We are very fortunate to have Professor Emeritus Professor Chi Lens Feng from Perth, Australia. He will be delivering a talk related to IEEE conference quality matters. For your information, Professor Lance actually currently very active in various sections of IEEE, especially at the Region 10, and he is also the Director-elect for the Director-elect for 2021-2022 terms. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Lance. Over to you, Prof.
Okay, good days. Selamat pagi. Can you share my screen now? Yeah, can I look for my screen? Okay, so
Yes.
since you can see my screen, so can you expand it to the maximum so that you can just concentrate on this slide? Because I do have quite a number of text in the presentation. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. And I also would like to congratulate Malaysia Section on your activities. It has been very active, not only during this COVID-19 the challenge at this period, and also I can see that you have been growing from leaps and bounds. I remember during my many years ago when I was in Region 10, the XCOM working together with your late section chair and also Region 10 colleague, Professor Masuki Khalid, and I always remember him dearly. And also over the past years, I also get to know quite a number of you as well, like Professor Nolisa, who has been a respectable candidate in the last election. And also for the section chairs of Fasil and also a number of you as well. Okay, and for today's presentation, I'm talking on the IEEE Conference Quality Matters. I know that it wasn't really publicized earlier on, but when I look into your program, I also note that Dr. Leah is going to talk about the technical program, the high quality technical program. So it's going to be something related to that, so I'm going to skip part of it as well. But I do consider this is a very important topic on the conference quality because we have to go back to the fundamentals. So this is what my presentation is going all about. I'm going to go back to refresh some of the IEEE policies and also try to share with you some of my experience for my working in a different aspect in the conference within IEEE. Okay, so thank you for the invitation. I start my presentation now. Okay, again, I make as a disclaimer, I'm only dealing with the conference quality. I'm sharing my personal experience. When I was in the Region 10 Conference Quality and Management Committee 2018, I have been on the Technical Program Integrity Committee for many years, and I was the past chair until early this year. Then I have maximized my term of service over there. And currently, I'm also the past chair of the Conference Quality Committee, and I'm also in a couple of the subcommittees and also ad hoc under the Conference Committee. And a lot of this information on the slides are from the Conference Committee and also IEEE documents like the policy, like the tab operational menu and the website. They have their copyrights. So you are most welcome to take a look for yourself in the original source of information. Some of the information that have been labeled, when I get it, they say the IEEE proprietary property. So what it means is they are okay to be circulated to the IEEE members and IEEE events, but not for general publications. And the budget matters relating to the financial sponsor and co-sponsor conferences are not covered. And I congratulate Dr. Fasil in doing an excellent presentation on that. And I think that is a very important topic, which I'm going to share a little bit later on as well. And a detailed interpretation on the policy and the IEEE document should consult the IEEE MCE and also the Conference Committee and also the headquarters and the NJ, whatever necessary. And you can take a look at some of the website and also the link to contact them directly. I heard earlier on at the opening that you have around 1/3 of the participants in today's events are conference organizers, or you have some students, members, and also I believe that you have quite a number of you are involved as a technical program chair, reviewers, and even author as well. Then I'm going to mention a little bit about as an author, what are the things you should look into in terms of the quality for the conferences, and also as a participant. So what do you expect to get out from the conference? So I quickly go through getting to know me in case you haven't met me before. And once again, I have to stress the importance of IEEE conferences and how it relate to our mission and visions, our strategic plan, and also even for our bottom line for the operation of IEEE. And then I go back to the quality matters. I use the word matters with due purposes. One is dealing it as a work. In other words, when you are dealing with conferences, the conference quality matter with the outcome. And second thing is what are the matters relating to the quality. And then again, as I said, I'll very quickly go through the policy. I have quite a lot of text. I just simply cut and paste from the policy, but I'll just simply go through it very quickly. But I would expect you to take a look yourself. And then I'll give you some introduction to the operation in IEEE conference quality, some of the subcommittees, and also some of the conference quality committees as well. As a matter of fact, I have not been actively involved this year because I have already stepped down from the chair, but I'm still involved as a past chair and also still monitor some of the reports and also the the development in the conference this year. So I'm sharing with you as far as the conference organization structure is concerned. A number of the subcommittees and ad hoc have been added in, and then all these are aiming to improve the operations and the quality of the conferences and the papers. And I have referred to one of the earlier papers has been published, I think, back in 2015, when talking about how to ensure the technical conference content quality. Again, I think this is important, because this has been one of the major issues. Well, when I was, and even right now, in the technical program integrity committee. Put yourself in this position. You organize a conference, or maybe you attend a conference. You submit a paper. You get a conference run. You enjoy the keynote. You enjoy the banquet. You go for the sightseeing, and then you get it published. You're very happy. But then again, you never find it on the Explore, and then you get a bit anxious. So you write to the organizer. The organizer write the MCE, and then you receive some note saying that okay, there's some problem with the conference, and the conference is not going to be included in the Explore. Then of course it's going to be a major disaster as far as you're concerned, because your intention is going to be running conference. All the papers will be included, Explore to be indexed, so you're going to be put another one on your CV. But unfortunately, there's some situation that may happen, although it's not very high number. But I can assure you, looking for some of the data, it's actually the trend is going up. Well, the number of rejects actually been going up. Although, getting reject from TPIC is not the end of the world, because some of them they can appeal, they can still come back. But there are some cases whereby, unfortunately, they have been rejected. Also, there's also another issue. Some of the paper even has been published in the Explore, they have to be retracted. And again, this really affects the person's reputations dearly. So again, I may touch on this one later on as well. So this is very important to go back to the foundations of the conference, and the quality is the important. It is not so much as the number of the participants. It is not so much how much money you have made, but you have to ensure the name of the IEEE is upheld, and actually it's including the names of authors and the organizers. So you have already heard that I'm from Murdoch University. So officially I have already retired 5 years ago. But since I'm having emeritus honorary position, so I'm still doing some supervision. I'm still part of the university. So in case that if you're not aware where is Murdoch University, we are located on the west coast, Western Australia. Malaysia actually is one of our closest neighbor, apart from Indonesia. We also have a good number of Malaysians resided in Perth, and I'm also pretty sure that some of you among the audience who might have visited us before as well. Well, this is the skyline you see in the area. I like the black swan. As a matter of fact, black swan is on our state flag as well. So, getting to know myself, you can just simply take a look at the university website. Just simply search your profile, Lens Fang, then you can get to know me and also some of the work I've done in the past. Okay, without further ado, come back to the essence of our talk today. Well, conference quality. Well, why conferences are important to IEEE? And of course, I see that you are from the student, from the organizer point of view, you also see there's a reason for you. If you're a student, you would like to have your papers published, you would like to add on to your CV, you would like to increase the citations. But from the organizer point of view, then maybe you like to add on to your CV as you have experience in that, you help out with your work, with your volunteer experience. And or maybe even you can help your local OU and make some money as well. But that is really not the most important. I do believe the most important part is go back to our mission and vision of IEEE. That is, we are going to foster technological innovation and excellence to the benefit of humanity. So we are essential to be the global technical community and the technical professionals everywhere, and be universally recognized for the contribution of technology and technical professionals in improving the global condition. So you must bear in mind that we are making the contribution. So that's why it is important for us to make the contribution to be valid, to be of quality as well. So going back to the IEEE Strategic Plan 2025, 2020 to 2025, I'm not going to read through all of them, but I would highlight some of these that are in order to achieve our mission and vision. Our plan include the broad collaboration and sharing of knowledge. We want to enhance the public understanding of engineering and technology. We would like to provide the opportunities for career and professional development. We would like to build the community to advance technical interests, etc., etc. So in a way, that's exactly what conferences is all about. A conference is the venue whereby it can allow you to share your knowledge, whereby you can make the public understand the technology and the know-how that you have been involved with, and also could be part of your professional development. As I've said, you want to include in the publication in your CV, or maybe even part of your requirement in your PhD study. And also building the community, because a conference is the perfect venue whereby you get to know people working in a similar field, or you can learn from them, you can share with them, you can collaborate with them. So this is really, have a long-term, benefit to your career, your development. So going back to IEEE, our asset is really all based on this. Our asset is based on the explore, the knowledge we have and the document we have. Well, last year we have broke the 5 million documents mark. And if you take a look in terms of our growth, okay, well, in around 10 years or so, you can see we have a tremendous growth. Say, for example, like the actual number of downloaded from 11 million to 150 million. In our last 2019 annual report, again, you can also see some data in there. Interesting to see that from the conference point of view. In 2019, we have 178,1995 conference articles have been added, and this is out of the 3.6 million documents. So in other words, you can work it out. Out of 5 million of documents, over 70% of the documents are actually from the conference proceedings. And then out of the journal itself, 82,000 of journals have been added, and these are out of 1.279 million documents. And also there are magazines, there are standards, etc. So you can see this is where IEEE strength and our contribution to the community. And you being the IEEE volunteer authors, you are part of it, you are proud of it. And another aspect, from operational IEEE point of view, this is the information you can, freely available from IEEE website is the annual report. You can see that IEEE, look into the conference is providing, you have heard these figures, from Professor Akinori earlier this morning already. Is a 138% or so, the income, the revenue is from the conferences, is $212 million. In terms of our expenses, it's 166 million. So you can work it out. This is a major income, to sustain the operation, IEEE. Another one, of course, is the publications, the periodicals, the media, the paper downloads, etc. This is the one, again, indirectly due to the conferences. And interestingly, people always looking at the membership numbers, but I always try to draw people's attention. Actually, the membership number, our revenue from the dues is 63 million, close to 64 million. Our expenses to support the membership actually is around close to $90 million. In other words, our conferences income has been used to subsidize our conference services, our member services. Even sometimes people complain about, okay, it seems that a lot of staff in IEEE. Again, you take a look at IEEE's expenses on the administration, actually not that high. Out of a turnover around 500 million or so, it's only 10 million. So you can see it's around 2% or so go into that. So really, IEEE, and also some others will go to the public imperative. You can see 12 million go to it, only receive 2.5 million. So IEEE conferences really have a major part to play in the IEEE operation. So now, the other major part I'm going to talk about is the quality matters. Why it matters? First of all, how do we define quality? Well, quality is defining how good or how bad something is, or maybe characteristic or feature of someone or something on a high standard. Okay, we expect to be high standard. And then the degree of excellence, it should be excellence. So when we are talking about conferences, we're talking about papers, we are expecting it there's going to be quality. So that means that we're expecting to make the high standard, there should be excellence, they should be making contribution. So from IEEE point of view, why do we need to maintain our conference quality? Because we need to preserve IEEE reputation. Well, we want to maintain the conference ability to be indexed by partners. This one is important. Well, I mentioned earlier on why sometimes the conferences have been excluded from Explore, or maybe they have to be retracted. One of the major issues is because what we call it out of scope. Because it's not only just simply out of scope from IEEE, paying from the part, whereby they say that they cannot really index our paper because that is not under the common agreement with the common interest. So that's why it's so important. We have to ensure the quality of the papers and the scope of the papers are within IEEE and also the field interest of our partners. And also possible even legal risks as well because of plagiarism and issue. So I do see that the three pillars to maintain the quality of the conferences: quality, sponsorship. Well, you have heard some mention about the sponsorship earlier on. I'll touch on mainly on the TCS, the Technical Conference Sponsorship. Well, it requires the commitment and capacity. I've heard a couple of times that you encourage the student branches to organize the conference, but I also need to bring the attention that when you provide a technical sponsorship, your OU is expected to provide a technical support. In other words, in terms of the reviewers, the technical program committee as well. So sometimes it will cause a little bit question mark, whereby are the student branches able to handle that? Okay. Of course, the management itself. Well, again, you heard from another speaker earlier on this year, this morning, that really how the organizations of the program, etc. And also the publication. This is the one that I have been working on for the past 3 years. So it's how to ensure the quality of it. Well, this is really going back to the selection process. Well, in your technical program committee, this is your role. You do not expect IEEE to do the reviewing all the papers one by one for you. That's not our role. Okay, it's very clear. Because if you are expected to run the conference, if you are giving them the technical programs, technical sponsorship, you are expected to have the capability and the capacity to handle that as well. So even though that you have come in a lot of papers, but if you do not have enough reviewers, you have enough time to do all these things, we would have major doubt on the quality of the papers, and that could be one of the reasons that the conference could be rejected from Explore. So I'm not going to read through all these things. I'll just really draw your attention. Well, our conferences operate under the major board, which is the TAB, the Technical Operational Boards. And then this is one of the 6 major boards within IEEE. We also have the IEEE policies. So I just want to draw your attention. Well, first of all, from IEEE point of view, what are our conferences? Well, there are some certain names for that, but in general, if anything, above 25,000. So that's why you saw one of the metrics that Professor Fasil mentioned earlier on is about 25,000, but you need to have a contract, etc. It could be called a symposium, workshop, short courses, exposition, convention, the congress, tutorials, whatever it is. It does not really matter because it's just simply relating to the size and the number of participants and the budget, etc. But generally, they could be opened to both members and the non-members. And then, in general, we expect them to pay to attend. The COVID-19, generally created a very interesting scenario where this year we see a number of the conferences actually open up on virtual, and they also open up the attendance to free of charge as well. Although they still charge if they need to publish the paper, because there are base costs involved as well. For example, if you're running a TCS, IEEE still charge you for the publication cost per paper and also per conference to cover the overheads. So, they are expected to be self-supporting and frequently generate a surplus. You have already heard, expected to have a surplus around 20%. Although sometimes we do understand things can happen, and maybe you even have a loss as well. So sometimes this is where the organizing or the sponsors organizer need to underwrite it as well. But it is one of the very important part is it is meant to be non-profit organization. You cannot partner with one which is making money. Okay, so again, from TPIC point of view, if we observe that really the partner, the sponsorship is really from a making money point of view, you got a problem. Another one that has been mentioned early on for Faso is in terms of the auditing. Why is it important? Because IEEE, our charter under the US regulations and laws, we are a non-profit organization. It is not meant to make money. Although it does not mean that you cannot have profits on the conference. Actually, you're supposed to have profits, but the profits should really go back to achieve the objectives and the vision of IEEE. In other words, they're not used to pay somebody to make somebody benefit from it. So this is to be very careful. So that's why we need to have the audit in place to clarify to make sure that you're following the requirement. Because otherwise, if IEEE is being found guilty of this one, in the worst scenario, you could be even taken away violate the regulation up in the headquarter level. So the conference objective is to provide the IEEE members, other individuals, organizations with information and exhibits to assist in the advancement of electrical and electronic engineering and related arts and science. So although strictly speaking, we could go beyond this because we have altogether 16 different fields of interest, and also we have 39 technical societies. You can run the conferences even broader than that. But if you submit the proceedings, you've got to be very careful that all the papers need to be within the scope of IEEE field of interest. So this is why you can have one conference which appear to be very broad, and also some of the tracks may appear to be not in the traditional field of interest. Actually, that can be done. You can include that one in the proceeding, but not necessarily all the papers will be accepted in the Explore. So that's why your TPC will be very careful in selecting the appropriate papers. And then, in order to achieve the objective, this is what IEEE will do to encourage the organizers, to conduct the conferences, and to cooperate between the operational units as well. So on the TCS itself, well, you make it quite clear, well, whichever operational unit, well, to support, to provide a sponsorship, you need to have the direct and substantial involvement with this OU of the technical program. So that's why I said that, well, if we observe, well, if it is just one by some OU whereby we have some reservation, are they able to provide those support on the technical aspect? Well, it will be a concern for us. And also the IEEE itself have no financial involvement. In other words, well, if there's a profit, make or loss, well, it is not IEEE business. So either be the sponsoring organization will have to bear the loss. So the organizers, they have the financial sponsorship must be explicitly identified. As I have said, it must be a non-profit organization. It's not meant for them to make money using IEEE names. So, and also another thing to be very important, to differentiate the guarantee, well, for the sponsorship and the paper in the Explore. Although now most of the organizers are fully aware of this, although in the past we do observe some violation of this. Well, what he's trying to say is, well, having the sponsor, on technical sponsorship does not automatically mean that your proceeding or your paper is going to be included in the Explore. So you cannot give this kind of guarantee in any of your promotion or advertisement. So, and if you have a technical sponsorship, you cannot use the name of IEEE in the conference title. And also, well, you can use the logo in the materials on the website. And you also need to provide an exhibit to promote IEEE for the membership recruitment and other activities as well. So you need to have conference action. This is the one. First of all, you need to have an OU approval. It could be from the section, from the chapters, from the technical society. And you heard about the flagship conferences, that is from the region. And also you need to have the review by the MCE, mainly looking into the partner, looking into the program, looking into your organization. Is it really meet the requirements? And also you could have a course endorsement if you have a multiple unit involved as well. So you should really obtain all these, give plenty of time ahead. And again, I heard this have been mentioned earlier on already. So whoever OU is sponsoring, well, you need to be responsible to getting the OU sponsorship. And you could be from any of these recognized OU. And well, you should be able to provide sound financial planning, benefit to the membership. And then how do you should not really have any conflict of interest. And also how to assure that the technical program content and also the protection of the brand. So those are the few things where we always try to remind the organizers on running the conferences. And then you need to have the MOU with the MCE, and all this can be referred to the details of the policy. So I'm not going to detail of this one because I believe quite a number of you are very familiar in this, as I can see that you have already run very successful conferences in the past. So I'm going to skip all these things now because I know that it has been already mentioned earlier on. So rather, I'm just going to, I know the time is catching up. I have around 30 minutes for my presentations. So in terms of the financials part, well, if it is over 50%, then it will be a financial conference sponsorship. Then you can use the name IEEE in there. And sometimes some people try to do some kind of shortcut where they have a very minimal amount of money involved. And then they say, yes, it still could be a financial sponsorship. But then again, if they're less than 25%, then they cannot use the name IEEE, okay? But IEEE actually welcome, they encourage the use of the FCS. Well, the reason behind it is so that they can have a more detailed involvement in terms of the development of the budget. So some other policies, well, in terms of the national and also the international names as well. So again, well, from the TPIC point of view, one of the things that always bring the attention of the members, in the Technical Program Integrity Committee members, is the use of the international conference. But when they examine the conference itself, they find out that more or less all of the reviewers, more of the organizers, all of the participants, all of them from the local university, one single organization run the whole thing, and then they try to call the name. Although the names of the international could be a little bit loose in IEEE context, actually they only require involvement of 3 participants from 3 different countries. But nevertheless, you still raise some kind of concern that you're asking that whether the conference is only run for the benefit of one single organization like a university, or is really truly aimed to the IEEE community. So that could be subjected to argument. So we'd expect it to be a significant degree of international characters before you can call yourself an international conference. Okay, use of the IEEE logo. So again, okay, so this particular slide was being shared in this year's IEEE meeting series by the Conference Committee. I think this one gives you a good overview for the current Conference Committee, the main purpose and some of the subcommittee under it. And also you can see that some of the subcommittee under it and how it uphold the objectives of IEEE. As you can see, they have already observed for this year, because of the COVID-19, that they are quite swiftly have to respond to that, and also they come up with a plan and action and the tools to support that as well. Although our number of conferences this year, from the last I heard of it, actually we are down because a lot of cancellation, but we still have around I think over 1,600 plus as well. Some of them have been postponed. And nevertheless, in terms of the number of paper, actually has not been down. Actually it's still up. It turned out to be, it might be a good side effect in the sense that because of the cost of the conference now come down, because people do not need to travel, and also the registration fee are reduced, then you even invite more participation. Well, the one I have highlighted on the right-hand side are the conferences or subcommittees that I've been involved with. And as I have said, my major involvement for the past 6 years or so on the TPIC, Technical Program Integrity Committee, and then which is part of the Conference Quality Committee. I also been involved with the Conference Finance Committee. Right now, our major issue is looking into the next tools, which is the next gen. And I also been involved with the Conference Application Review Committee. Well, that is the one doing a preliminary check on the conference during the applications process. Because they find out that by the time they have completed the conference and then they submit the proceeding and then get it rejected, it's a bit too late already. So we hope that we try to catch some of the conferences beforehand. So make sure give them enough advice to guide them to the right path. And also, there was another subcommittee or ad hoc called the Conference and Metrics as well. That is part of the Conference Committee. That one is beginning to look into, establish some kind of metrics, try to measure, the quality of the conferences. It's still ongoing. Something has been done quite similar on the journals already, but the conference is getting a bit more difficult. But there's another one right on the bottom. It's called the valid scientific content. Well, for the past few years, when I was involved ITPC, the main focus we've been looking into the content, the quality, and the scope. But lately, we find out that we have a lot of conferences that are also running in the name of the similar some scientific names. But we do have a little bit doubt on that because we call it pseudoscience. So in other words, they are not really proven, but they use some kind of a very similar to what we use in scientific terms, but they are not really proven in our same methodologies and all those things. So we have a major concern on that as well. I think this is similar things are like in the traditional medicine compared to the Western world of approaching the medicine development. So that's again another topic. So that has been beginning to look into. So you can see that really there's a wide range of the subcommittee and ad hoc has been set up. They're looking at all the different aspects of IEEE conferences. Well, this is the organizational structure of it. As you can see, it's really quite massive. Well, currently the chair is Bin Chao, and the conference committee is under the tab, and comprises of appointed members. You have a member at large. They have to do the presentation, and a number of them to be selected by the committee members. well, they have been appointed by the other major boards, well, like the TAB, like the MGA, like the Publication Board, well, like the Standard Board, USA Board, etc. And also you have some of those are subcommittees. So those are some of the names that you have seen earlier on that I have been involved. So on the Conference Quality Committee itself, you can take a look in terms of our charters, what are aiming for. So this is all part of the IEEE policies and the TAP manual as well. So again, I'm not going through all this. So our main function is to resolve any quality related issues. Say, for example, we receive complaints about conferences. Well, give you some of the examples we have seen. Well, someone purposely generate a machine-generated paper and then submit to a conference. Very quickly, the conference accepted the paper, asked the guy to register. Well, of course, the guy didn't register, then report to us. Then we draw our attention to the particular conference. Okay, so these are some typical examples. Sometimes we also receive complaint about the quality of the paper in Explore itself. But unfortunately, once it has been included in Explore, that will be out of the hands of the TPIC, or that will be under the Publication and Service Board. So those are the things we look into. So we provide the contact for the organizers. So all these, I don't think I have time to read through it. So I leave it to you to examine the document itself. But all in all, I would like to draw attention that we have the Conference Quality Committee, and underneath it, we have the Technical Program Integrity Committee, and also the Conference Application Review Committee as well. So TPIC is the main one. Well, this one comprises of around a dozen members or so. Well, we have meeting once every month. And I think last year, if I can recall the number, we have reviewed around 253 papers or so, 253 conferences. So what we do is, each committee member, we take a look quite detailed on some of the conferences, all the others parameters, and we pick up 10 papers to look into all the papers in detail, and then make our recommendation and comment. We use it as some kind of sampling approach. So we use it as an indicator. And sometimes if the conferences are having a high number of those papers among the 10 not good enough, you have a very good chance that the proceeding could be rejected. That's been our operation. But of course, we cannot say that we have go for all the papers. That is not our job. So the main thing is we're looking at the scope and the quality. So again, I'm not going to read through all this, but I know that my time is catching up now. It's only 3 more minutes. Now, this is the paper that I have mentioned. It was published in 2015. As you can see, this is a paper jointly, come up not only from IEEE and also from IET, from other professional organizations and publisher as well. So in this paper, that recommend what are the practices on the technical conference quality. So that refer again mainly to the content and the scope as well. So I would strongly encourage you to take a look at that papers so that give you some ideas of what we would expect. As you can see, the main issue, because of the number of the technical conferences have been growing quite a lot, although this year, just because of COVID-19, have dropped, but nevertheless, it's still close around 1,600 or so conferences this year so far. So the key point is in here. The presence of low quality paper in a conference proceeding publication will degrade the value and the reputation of the author, conference, and the proceedings publisher. Any repository is part and the interest of the author participant in ensuring the high quality, scholarly conference quality content. So that has been the major intention of establishment of the TPIC many years ago. As a matter of fact, if you go back to history, quite a number of those papers at one time has been retracted from Explore. And I'm really pleased to say that, actually we have improved the situation. But nevertheless, on the other hand, the number of the reject actually is still going up. So we need to continue exercise like this one to educate the organizers and the author as well. So it's referred to the written qualities, and then more importantly is really on the review process. This is where the technical program committee is important. So I look forward to hear from my colleague from Nemo Mayor to talk on this part as well. And also the acceptance criteria is very important. So I'm going to skip all these things. I would recommend you take a look at that paper. My time is really catching up. So on the quality itself, it's very important to use the right metadata or to relating to the right paper, the abstract to describe the summary of the paper, the introductions of the papers, and also you need to describe the methods, the results, and the conclusion. Well, one of the major concerns, well, recently, and I always hear the complaint from the members, well, of the TPIC, even in this year's report, I've seen that, it was mentioned that in terms of the low quality papers, well, they are not really anything wrong. Well, even the write-up itself is not that bad as well, because nowadays people are able to use tools and they even use proofreader to improve their writing. But just simply the lack of the technical content. Okay, I mentioned earlier on there was one aspect, the data science is one thing, and then one is really lack of contribution, because we have seen that, well, as I have mentioned, like the university, well, they run a conference, well, they claim there's a couple hundreds of papers in there, but when you go through, well, those sample papers we see, well, we can see there's a very low quality, maybe just an undergraduate technical program report, or maybe more like a lab report. So they can still argue it's within the scope. They can argue nothing wrong with the writing quality, but have they made a contribution? Unfortunately, I'll say no. And especially if you consider people have to pay $31 download for the paper, then I always challenge this question: will you pay $31 to download your own paper? That may be a good indicator. But nevertheless, well, these are some of the other things. So I've already mentioned about the plagiarism, machine-generated papers. So those are the things. And I think by now people are getting quite fully aware of this. We're also beginning to have tools to catch this one. Say, for example, plagiarism. We have our tools as well. And even university, they're using tools to check their own students' submission for the assignment, etc. Machine-generated work. We believe that the machine is able to pick it up. But what we find out lately, another scenario is people using the auto translation from some paper in other languages into English. So maybe the original paper is quite good quality, but once you go into that, it becomes quite unreadable. And also we have a concern that, well, really, is it part of the plagiarism or not? Well, because you use another people's paper in other language, you translate into English, even though that you may make the English look nice, but then again, well, this and another aspect, because maybe the plagiarism checker may not be able to check it. So this is another issue the Content Quality Committee is being drawn to. So I'm not going through all these aspects now, okay, but I fully expect you to understand what I'm talking about on the plagiarism. My time actually is up now. So talking about all the content, editorial screening, because honestly, the time, well, 30 minutes is a bit too short for me. But nevertheless, okay, I'm going to leave to my colleagues to talk about the next topic on the Technical Program Committee. So I'm going to skip all this part. Okay, so mainly is we would expect, well, the paper as a minimal, you should have made your technical contribution and also the technical soundness and also the writing quality. This is something minimal we would expect to see. So we come back to the missions of IEEE. So again, very briefly, all these have been described earlier on. So this is the 16 fields of interest in IEEE. We would expect the paper to fall into that. So all this will be part of it. So this I already mentioned earlier on. As long as the paper, well, you need to be relevant to the core of interest, well, of IEEE. And also that do not make use of in a non-trivial manners or consider outside. So if it is a too really trivial, then maybe we consider it's not really up to standard. So that's explained why, because of our partners' criteria, like INSPEC. So they do have the different fields of interest. So all in all, that you need to provide the due diligence in the granting and sponsorship. So that's why the sponsoring OU is important. And also I can tell you, if some OU have been repeatedly sponsoring the conferences, and those conferences have been rejected, very frequently, actually we do put a black mark on the OU, and whatever conferences sponsored by the OU will be vetted by the TPIC, okay? But on the other hand, if the conference have gone through a couple of years with no problem, they may taken out from the list completely. So that's why the TPIC only inspect around 250. You can work it out, maybe around under 20% or so of the conferences we sponsor each year. It's very important to examine the capability, the commitment, and the compliances to IEEE requirements. And also you need to have the review properly before you run the conference application, during the conference management itself, and also after the conference itself. So, and this is another part, aim to those guys that really, if you try to attend the conference, you should really look into it closely. What are the potential problems you have with those conferences? Don't just, attend the conference because, it's going to be some very nice area. Okay, so you go for sightseeing. but really you don't really want to spend your time and money. Okay, I'm going to finish soon, okay, because it's really not enough time for me now. Okay, so what are the key points? So when you run the conference, it has to be very important. You ask the conference, does it serve the community? Is it achieving the objectives and the mission and vision of IEEE? And also you must make sure that compliance with the policies and have the best practices. You must consider and preserve the value and the brand of IEEE. I'm going to skip all this technical program committee and also the writing of the papers. Okay. And the sponsorship as well. Okay, I have already mentioned two of other subcommittees. One is the conference application committee. This is the one that review the application, and then we try to pick up any potential problem. We try to guide them to the right path and give them to the informations. And the metrics committee, as you have also heard me mention about this, is to investigate general metrics evaluating conferences. And then, well, they should include the measurement of the presentation, etc. So it is still ongoing, still haven't really come to yet. Come to some find the proper process at this moment of time, but it's going to, well, the conference committee is definitely looking at all these matters. So to recap, so definitely, well, in order to run the conference quality, you need to have a quality sponsorship. So the OU yourself, you're able to provide the commitment, you have the capability, especially the technical capability to do that. You need to have a proper management. You have already heard from other speakers already. And also, from the publication point of view, that has been my main role, well, been doing in the past years to maintain the standard and the good name of IEEE. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm really sorry that I had to rush very quickly and I'm also running out of time as well. And may I wish all your conference organization and experience be very rewarding and fruitful. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now I pass the time back to the organizers. Thank you. Stop my sharing now.
Yeah, okay. So thank you. I think it's very, very much information that you would like to share. I think one question to you, perhaps. I think sometimes try to being a flagship conference is okay because there is a followers to the conference. But when it comes to the smaller conference like in Malaysia or in some East Southeast Asia or in Asia in particular,
okay. Anybody home?
We want to develop the conference. So we want to develop the conference. Sometimes the issue actually you need to be balanced between the quality as well as of the so-called surplus of the conference. When you reject too much and you don't have sometimes too much. So in such scenario, how do you want to advise us? Prof. Lance, can you hear us?
Sorry, well, you was a bit choppy. I didn't hear you.
Because we want to.
In the chat, you want to?
No, because we have to think about the balance between the quality as well as of the sustainability of the small conference, for example.
Yep.
If a flagship conference is okay, but when it comes to the smaller conference in Southeast Asia or in Asia in particular, there's not so much follow only the local people, and sometimes the quality is not so much at the so-called at the international level. So how you want to be balanced between these two sides?
You have to come back to the purpose of your publication. Is it really just because you think that you need to publish for the sake of publishing, or you want to really having the good quality to be acceptable in the national level? So that's a decision need to be made. So because you are organizing it, you are the technical program committee, you are the one deciding what to submit to explore. So if you think that the standard is not good enough, then you better not do it. So in other words, you can screen out the papers beforehand, okay? So because from the publisher point of view, from the author point of view, if it is only an experience, it makes no difference. You can have a local publication. Many years ago, within the state of WA, I run a symposium for all the 4 universities locally for all the postgraduate students. We produce all our things, everything just like in order, in the proceedings. We got an ISBN number and all those things, but we didn't put that in Explore because we didn't go through the proper process. We treat it as more like a training experience for the student, and everybody gain from that. And from that point onwards, they can move on. So
Yeah.
you really need to start to learn how to walk before you know how to start how to run. So that would be my
Okay.
comment.
Yeah, I think that is a good advice. I think do it locally first, filter out, try to build up the capacity, and after that you go for the international. I think
Yep,
again on
definitely.
behalf of the conference, the event organizer, would like to thank you, Professor Lance Feng, for your informations. We hope to have you more in the future as you're coming to become director of Region 10 IEEE in next, I think, 2 years. All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Next, we would like to welcome the next speaker, which Mr. Deepak Mathur. Is currently is the director elect for Region 10 at IEEE, and he will be taking over directorship from Prof. Akinori from next year. So, over to you, Prof. Dr. Mr. Deepak.
Thank you, Dr. Nardin, and thank you, Dr. Famnizu, for inviting me to this very important aspect of event, that is POCO. And POCO has been very popular, and POCO is being organized quite frequently in Region 10, and that is also required. I was listening to few speakers previously, Dr. Celia Shehnaz, then Dr. Faisal, and Professor Lance. They all have come out with very, very important aspect of the conference, and that is really required to be shared. My presentation is going to be a slightly different one. I'm going to talk different perspective. As you know, can I share my slide?
Yeah, please share your slide. Yeah.
I have already shared the slide.
Please make it big screen. Slideshow.
Okay. One second. I will do again. I will stop. Then again, I will share. Screen sharing or share screen?
Share the screen.
Screen sharing. Share screen, and then this is sharing. Is it coming? It is coming now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
It's okay?
Please proceed.
Yeah. So, as you all know, that 2020 was a very, very different year, and we all were caught unaware because after March 2020, everything was locked down, and we all had planned all our events in-person event, but we have to turn our events into the virtual, and now we are going to the hybrid event. So 2020 was really very difficult, but it is not only 2020; it will have impact on our coming years also. So it is going to be a challenge for all of us, but at the same time, we know that a new normal is being redefined, and so for 2021 we had some. Good thing is that we can plan 2021 depending upon our experience from 2020. So I thought, let me share with you the plan and perspective with which Region 10 would be doing that, and what are going to be our priorities and what are going to be our thrust area. So in my presentation, I would be discussing about introduction, something about myself. Then I will see that what are challenges. When we see challenges are there, then at the same time we feel that we can turn those challenges into opportunities. We would be working on that, and then I would like to discuss with you that what is the planning perspective for Region 10 in 2021 and 2022, and then what kind of the executive committee we would be having in Region 10 in coming years. Then what are going to be our thrust areas, and what are going to be Region 10 priorities, and how our sections can participate in Region 10 priorities, and how thrust areas they can take from Region 10 and work in their respective sections, so that we work for a common goal. And definitely I'll be touching on conference quality, which Lance has explained very nicely. and this is also going to be one of the very important aspect for our for the region in 2022, and some new initiative which has come up, and I would like to share with you. So something about myself: I work for I was a chief general manager in oil exploration and production company, which is India's largest public sector company, and I was working on various technical and managerial positions. I have experience of 37 years in industry. I have worked on the electronics telecommunication project, IT infrastructure project. I have also worked on SCADA, that is Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System. I have worked on various online real-time monitoring system. And we installed a WiMAX-based broadband wireless access system in a very big area. I have also worked on GPS, GSM-based vehicle tracking system. The another very important system which I have opportunity to work and manage was that oil well logging system, where we find whether the hydrocarbon is present in subsurface or not. So this is a very, very advanced system. I had an opportunity to work on that. So this is my professional profile. This is my volunteering experience with IEEE. I have worked at section level. I was chair of Gujarat section. Then we have got India Council, because we have got 12 sections in India, and we have that's why we have made a council. So I was also chair of India Council in 2015 and 2016. I have a couple of opportunities in Region 10. I have worked at various positions. Currently, I am director-elect. Then I have also got opportunity to work with IEEE in various roles and in societies. And I have a couple of awards. The major is the Region 10 Outstanding Award and MG Achievement Award. So just my volunteering experience with IEEE. And this is what I was talking to you, that 2020 gave us really a big insight that we have to work on what are challenges, and we have to work on what are opportunities. So we are still identifying what are the challenges. So that is one of the challenge with Region 10, and how would Region 10 deal with those challenges. So we have already done this kind of brainstorming when we planned for 2021, and we have adopted this change, and we have to adopt many changes. So this is going to be our really challenging time, and we have to identify opportunities for members and volunteers. I would like to remind ourselves that IEEE is member-centric, volunteer-driven, and volunteer-led organization, which is supported by the staff, and we have done excellently. In a very excellent way, we have performed during this pandemic, and of course, after the pandemic, we are working on what kind of plan should be, and we would be definitely performing well. We will be doing our member engagement programs in an excellent way. We have to redefine, reorganize the organization to make it relevant to the new world. So this is what is going to be point which would be considering to work on our future plans. So these are the challenges which we have. We see that it is going to immediately impact us. That for membership, we are expecting drop due to economy slowdown. Companies may not be supporting now, and some members may not be continuing. So this is going to be one of the challenge. Then we are expecting lesser opportunities at personal level for socializing and networking to foster collaboration, because most of the events are not in person. We are going for virtual events. Then the engagement, if you talk about the engagement, we are expecting blended or hybrid model of virtual and physical. But this is going to be one big opportunity for all of us. Then we have to see that how this particular model can be a opportunity for IEEE in member engagement. And the other challenge is the time difference, because our region is quite big. We have got very big geographical area, so very small window for online activities with maximum participation. As we see that today we are participating, somewhere it is very, very early morning, somewhere it is noon, and somewhere it is evening. So we have to see that this particular aspect, and how to manage in a smaller window. And the others which we see that there are restriction on online social media in few countries. So there may not be single platform to conduct internet-based activities. So we are just working on these challenges, and we want to see that how we are going to make opportunities out of these challenges. So when I was planning for 21-22 for Region 10, based on our experience in 2020, we thought that January, March is going to be fully virtual. And then we think that April to June is going to be hybrid and blended, and possibilities of having face-to-face events within section and within country. And July to December, everything opens up, business as usual with new normal. So this is what we thought that this is going to be 2021, and we did our planning accordingly. But we have to revisit this concept and these assumptions probably in January, and we have to see that whether we have to rework on this plan or not. So this is what our Region 10 XCOM looks like. We have got OPCOM, where director, immediate past director, director-elect, secretary, treasurer, and 3 vice chairs. They work together, and they take decision on operational part of the Region 10. Then we also have advisory committee, where 3 past directors also join hands with the current director and director-elect and immediate past director, and advises on various aspects of decision making in Region 10. At the same time, this advisory committee also works as a nomination committee for Region 10. So this is the description of larger XCOM, which we call also as committee. We have got 17 to 18 committees, and which I have highlighted in red. That is these committees I have inducted in 2021. These were not exactly in the same format as in 2020. So we are going to give a lot of emphasis on conference quality management. And as you saw that Lance also explained that how important conference quality is. So that is going to be one of the very important area for us. And we have got a committee chair for this, and we are also having committee members. We are looking for more members, and if you think that Malaysia section can contribute in this particular committee, you are invited to that. Then we have added individual benefits for members in history committee, and then we had strategic planning, and we have also brought new initiative to strategic planning. So this is the larger XCOM, which will be for 21-22 in Region 10. And this is our member. I have not written the names of the members, but many of you might be knowing by face. We have got Toshio Fukuda, the current president, and Kuk Jin Chun, current VP MGA in our advisory committee. Then Lance Fung is our director-elect. And we have tried to keep diversity as well as in the form of gender, as well as in the form of areas. You see that Faisal is in our XCOM as a newsletter editor, and I see that Savitya is also from Malaysia, and she will be our YP coordinator or YP committee chair. Our thrust area in 2021 is going to be member retention and continuation of students to young professionals. This is a very important aspect, and I would like to request sections also that they should also embrace this and this particular aspect of membership activities. For technical activities, we are more for collaborative programs, so section chapter collaborative programs, and we would be giving, as I told you, that a lot of thrust to the conference quality. We organize conference quality conferences, but our quantity should not matter, but quality should also be taken into account when we do the conferences. And industry engagement is very important, which we would be taking in our technical activities as a thrust area for 2021. And when I say industry engagement, it is not only inviting some speaker to the conference and having only a panel in our conferences, but I want to see that industry academia collaboration in a closer way, so that whatever our researchers are doing, that should go to the industry, and we have to brainstorm, we have to devise programs how we can make happen through our conferences. So this is going to be one of the very important aspect of our 2021 Region 10, but it is going to be challenging also. So if you have any idea, if you have any concern over this, please share with me. And for professional activities, we are planning to have entrepreneurship and career advancement programs, so that our students, young professionals, they really get benefit from these kind of the programs. And I would be talking about what is going to be our region and priorities. So we want to streamline conferences, ensuring quality, and work on strategies to bring more international IEEE flagship conferences in countries of Region 10. So because our IEEE flagship conferences are not much in Region 10, so we want to give focus on that, and we would like to see that we bring more international conferences in Region 10. Then another priority is going to be enhance member value, member satisfaction through section chapter collaborative programs. So this is very important. We have to do a lot of collaboration among our programs itself, like section chapter. We have to collaborate with the student activities with young professionals. We have to collaborate with technical activities with professional activities. So we are going to give emphasis and on collaboration in 2021-2022, and encourage industry academia partnership programs, as I just discussed a few minutes before. And we have to create more leadership opportunities for YP and women. So this is a very important aspect. We have already taken this into our account. We are forming subcommittees under the committees which I just discussed with you in the Region 10 EXCOM, and we have already inducted many YPs, many WIs in our committees, which is not exactly the Region 10 EXCOM, but that will be working under Region 10 EXCOM. If you have YPs and women in engineering members interested in Region 10 activities, kindly let me know, but they should have exposure of working at section level at least. So they know, they understand IEEE, and we would be providing them opportunity to work in the Region 10, and they can have an international experience when they will be working in Region 10 committees. So this is going to be one of the very important priority for Region 10 in 2021-22. And we have to devise programs for students and YP, where YP helps students in their career growth. We are interested that YPs should provide a kind of hand-holding to students, so that they understand IEEE better, and IEEE helps them for their career advancement. So this is we are working on this, and we will be coming out with some good programs for on this in this particular aspect, and emphasize sustainable humanitarian technology projects. So we have been Region 10 was pioneer in humanitarian technology. We are doing actively since 2011, if I'm correct, and we have done a lot of projects on humanitarian technology. But still, we are looking for some sustainable humanitarian technology projects in Region 10. So the Malaysia section has always been in forefront of humanitarian technology, and I would like to just request you all that let us look around, let us see community nearby us, and let us work on some sustainable humanitarian technology projects under this particular area, and we Region 10 would like to give emphasis on this. And this is one of the very important initiative of IEEE, which I would be discussing in detail in my subsequent slide, that is the reaching locals. These are some thoughts. In fact, we always say that we always talk about recruitment and retention of members, but the philosophy should be member value creation, so that let our programs create value to address member recruitment and member retention. So if our program will be in such a way that create value for the member, then the retention and recruitment are going to be sustainable. So this is the philosophy we are going to follow in 21-22 in Region 10, and more YPs and WI in all committees. Then Region 10 SAC to come out with model programs to student branches. So many student branches, I have felt that they are clueless what kind of the program should be organized, how students can benefit can be benefited from IEEE. So we are working on some model program which will be available from Region 10. If any student branch is interested, they can follow that model program. We want to encourage students to design their own programs and lead. So It is not that somebody else should be telling what to do, but we have to inculcate a practice of discussion and brainstorming in student branches, that how students should look at IEEE, about the benefit from IEEE for their future growth and for their career advancement. So we will be working on this and would be guiding students accordingly. And we are going to encourage joint programs between student and professional activities to help students for their career growth. This is again collaborative approach, and YP programs to include students to increase the tie between them, and YP guide students in their professional career. And we are going to restructure our SYWL program to bring more industry participation. Our SYWL is very good participation, and that is also appreciated all across the world. But I want that some industry participation should come more to the SYWL, so that it can really get benefit our participants. And we are also working country-specific member benefits. I have included this particular aspect in one of the committee of Region 10, so we would be working on that. And your ideas and your suggestions will always be invited to Region 10. Please feel free to send your suggestions to me. So this is our conferences. We have got 3 flagship conferences in Region 10. That is 10Con, 10CIP, and R10 HTC, which is happening in Malaysia now. And in fact, as I was telling you, 2020, we were caught unaware. All these events were planned in-person event, but we have to convert into the virtual events. And I really thank you very much, all volunteers all across Region 10. They have done excellent job, and they have done they have made all in-person event to the virtual in a very nice way. We saw that 10CIP happening in a virtual mode. We saw the 10Con happening in virtual mode, and those all were in very effective conferences. And similarly, R10 HTC is happening in virtual mode, and we do not know what is going to be the fate in 2021, but we are expecting it should be at least in hybrid mode, and our volunteers are well prepared. And let me appreciate also the effort of staff. They have come forward, and they have supported our conferences very well. But Region 10 SYWL Congress, which comes every 2 years. This year it was supposed to be held in Bangkok, but we did it in virtual mode, and it was also very successful. And we would like to see that if everything goes fine, and if there is any chance, we will have in-person SYWL in 2021. Otherwise, it is scheduled in 2022. So we will just see that, because there is a lot of request and demand that SYWL should be in person, but everything is not in our hand. And if condition is good, we expect that pandemic is really contained with zero health risk, then we are going to have in-person SYWL Congress in 2021. Also, conference quality is going to be very important aspect. And as I have explained you earlier, we have created a special committee on conference quality management committee, and that will be chaired by Michael Ong of Singapore. And there will be many committee members. Malaysia section is having any person who is expert in conference and knows conference well and would like to serve in Region 10 committee, kindly forward the name. Apart from that, we are going to have conference leadership program. Faisal mentioned that there was a program in Goa in 2019, and we had a plan in 2020 also, but that was in person, but we organized that is in a virtual mode. We would be organizing more conference leadership program in 2021 to train our volunteers, to train our conference organizers, and then they can be further training other conference organizers in their section and in their country. So there is going to be a good emphasis on conference leadership program, and that will be done with the help of MCE. And conference organizers training, we have got this module in CLE, but we would be working on a special tailor-made program for Region 10, so that whosoever is going to organize any conference, we can share that conference organizer training program. They can go with that, and then they will have a good insight on how to organize conferences effectively and efficiently. So these are
Mr.
going to
Deepak,
be
I appreciate you can conclude your
okay.
how many
Okay,
slides,
I
because
just
you said, yeah, so 15 minutes already over.
okay. So anyway, this is this is my last going to be my last slide. This is reaching local program, and this is a new initiative. You can organize programs and events in your own language, and I think we can conclude with this. Dr. Nordin. This is a program which is initiative of IEEE, and Region 10 is also promoting this. So you can organize your programs in your local languages. So this is just this is what I wanted to share with you all, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm sorry that I have taken a bit more time. Thank you very much, Dr. Nordin.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak Matu. I think, yeah, we are very fortunate to have you on board, because we are looking forward to be happening next year. And because, as you said, you are very busy, and and we even asked you to get your 10 minutes to join us. So, but yeah, I believe you have a lot of things to be shared. I think, what the last thing that you want to share, one single thing for next 2021, perhaps for 1 year only.
So 2021 is really because we all know what is going to happen in 2021. We expect the new normal. So it is time to plan accordingly, and we have to see that how collaborative approach we can follow in our all programs. We have seen student activities working in isolation, professional activities working in isolation. But if we work together, if we collaborate student activities and professional activities, probably we can bring best of IEEE to our members. So collaboration is going to be the key word for my 2021 programs.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak, for the word collaboration will be the key for year 21 onward. So again, on behalf of the event organizer, we would like to thank you, Mr. Deepak Matu, for the sharing, even though very short. I think we should have more session like this in the future, and definitely we are happy to have you on board. Thank you, Mr. Deepak. All right, I think due to the time reason, we have to move to the next slot. So we would like to welcome the next speaker. All right, so we would like to welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Abdul Ghani bin Daud, the Chief Executive Officer from Malaysian Convention and Exhibition Bureau, MySEP. So Yang Berbahagia Datuk, apa khabar?
Baik, Alhamdulillah. How are you, Doctor?
So, Alhamdulillah, terima kasih to have you on board, Datuk. So, I think due to a little bit delay, I think perhaps we try to put you 30 minutes of your sharing. So, I think you just take over MySEP, and we would like to see what is your update from the government side, from your side. We as the organization NGO, we are looking forward for your talk. Over to you, Datuk.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Nordin and team, for giving the opportunity to me to present our current initiative, and then what we have to offer, to the industry as far as MySEP subvention or support is concerned. Hello and good morning, good afternoon to members of IE. From Asia Pacific region. I also just been appointed as board of director representing Asia Pacific for ICA. International board member. So very timely that we speak about this matter, with your members around the region as well. As we gather here today for 2020 IEEE R10 Panel of Conference Organizer, or POCO, I'm pleased to share Malaysia's response to the COVID-19 and the support initiative introduced for MICE industry or MICE sector, or in certain countries they will call it business events, right? But we are more comfortable to refer it as MICE Industry Meeting, Incentive, Convention and Exhibitions. Just like to highlight, what is our role as a bureau, national bureau. MICEP is a company limited by guarantee, under the government of Malaysia, a non-profit organization. We have been established since 2009, under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia. We operate like a private sector, but all our funds are coming from the government to support the industry to grow further, especially under the MICE sector. Our role is to profile and position Malaysia as a business events destination. This is a bit different from Tourism Malaysia, where they are projecting Malaysia as a leisure destination. But MICEP is to bring more business event to the country, conferences, corporate meetings, incentive group, and also exhibition to Malaysia. So this year, we know that it's a very challenging year for every country being affected by COVID-19 pandemic, especially industry partners who are involved in the tourism sector. However, Malaysia is proud to announce several accomplishments, securing more than 1,255 events between the year 2010 to 2019. Since our establishment till last year, and delivering estimated impact of some 10.46 billion of income to Malaysia, and Malaysia on track to drive positive momentum for the business events industry. We hope that we can, after the COVID-19 is over, we could bring back our momentum as far as MICE is concerned to what it was before. Moving forward with the support from the industry, Malaysia has also successfully supported 2,608 events, which translated to around 16.56 billion ringgit estimated economic impact from the year 2010 up to 2019. If you look at our projects with IEEE Malaysia, Malaysia have secured 28 IEEE conference since 10 years ago. 22 events have successfully organized and housed around 6,554 delegates. Thank you to IEEE Malaysia for continuing bringing the conference to Malaysia, and rest assured that we are at MICEP will continue to become your support agency to make sure that we have more events in Malaysia under your banner. We are expecting at least 6 more events to take place in Malaysia in the near future with IEEE, with delegates of around 5,570 delegates, when it's happened. So hopefully IEEE will continue to consider Malaysia as a destination for MICE or for their conference in the future. What we are actually giving as a support to an organizer. Malaysia serves as one-stop center for all conference organizers. So this is our main task. Our complementary services and support will take you from the moment the project is kickstart until the end of the events happen in Malaysia. In this respect, we really require your fully understanding and support, which have been getting from IEEE on the statistic that we require to present it back to the government on the impact of events into the country. This is new area that I looking at to collaborate with all the organizers in Malaysia to contribute back to Bureau, Malaysia Convention Bureau, on the statistic, so that we can really get the real number of events happening in Malaysia and their contribution back to the economy. In this respect, we hope that we will be able to get more budget from the government to actually expand our business further, so that to bring more conferences, meetings, incentive, and exhibition to our country. Next. Sorry, I get my colleague to control the slide. Okay, the support program that we have designed for the industry, we have a subvention fund that we are getting from EPU, Economic Planning Unit of Ministry of Economy, for the international and also regional conferences in Malaysia, where we will support the bidding process and also the events that are happening in the country. And of course, also we are looking at creating our homegrown event. That is why we are creating a program called Meet in Malaysia campaign, which I introduced last couple of months. We launched it on 24th of July this year, hoping that it will continue to make Malaysia as a hub for business event in the region, in the Asia actually. This is our aim. There are two components. The Meet in Malaysia campaign is first is Meet. Okay, hang on. Itu yeah. We have two programs under Meet in Malaysia campaign, which is Let's Meet Locally, which is to support a domestic program, domestic events, meeting, incentive, and conferences in Malaysia. We are trying to encourage all the incentive houses or companies and conference organizers to organize their meeting in Malaysia, especially during the pandemic that we are facing now, because the borders, the international borders of our country still closed. So we're hoping that the Malaysian companies would continue to use Malaysia as their destination to organize their conference in Malaysia. And the other one, we have also a program called Let's Meet Tomorrow. This is to support the regional and international PCOs to continually consider Malaysia as their destination for future conference or future events. I would like to go back to a little bit on the updates on COVID-19 that we are facing in Malaysia. Malaysia has constantly worked closely with the Malaysian Association and Convention and Exhibition organizers and suppliers, which is our association, the only association in Malaysia, or normally called MASIOS, and Business Event Council of Malaysia, to formulate MICE SOPs, which was endorsed by Malaysian government and was able to roll it out quickly to implement the new norm measures together with the local industries' concerted efforts. So the business event industry actually is eager to get going and then be lifted to greater height together, promote Malaysia as a safe destination for all. This is something that we are really working hard to also encourage or make sure that our destination is actually safe for visit in the future, though after the COVID-19 is over. Okay, I also like to highlight again about the Meet in Malaysia campaign that we have introduced. I did mention to you two of the event that we have created for it. I mean, two of the program that we have created for it. The objective for our Meet in Malaysia is to help the local business kickstart the business event industry by providing support towards local events. Among the objective of the Meet in Malaysia campaign is to support Malaysia's homegrown or domestic events industry players, and also encourage hosting of inaugural homegrown events in Malaysia, and create sustainable homegrown national or international events in the country, and of course to boost the economy of the domestic business event industry. We also like to inspire local organizers to continue planning for international audience in the country once the border is declared open by the government. And of course, we would like to foster a greater collaborative effort under industry relations to develop a competitive offering to the to the stakeholders. The Meet in Malaysia campaign caters three areas for both components, which include corporate meetings, incentive, convention, and trade exhibitions. The target of Meet in Malaysia and the Let's Meet locally is to support a domestic and national meeting, incentive, conference, and exhibition. So this is an area that we are supporting, city tour for corporate meeting and incentive. We have lowered the number from previously, which is quite high, to 30 packs, up to 250 delegates. So under the city, under this corporate meeting and incentive, we are offering city tour, dinner, and meeting packages to the organizers. Under the convention, we also offer to host some of the costs of venue hire, F&B or travel costs for invited speakers and meeting packages. Number also we have reduced to minimum up to 50 pack or delegates. And of course, for trade exhibition, we offer hall rental, full day tour, culture performance, or VIP souvenirs accommodation, and for hosted buyers, and also marketing and on-site support. Under Meet locally, there are a few packages that we have developed for corporate meeting and incentive. Like offer of 2-night stay at a participating hotel. The minimum number of local participants up to 30 pack. And of course, under package B, we have also offer dinner, one dinner for meeting, a corporate meeting, to a minimum of 60 pack, and then a 2-night stay at a participating hotel. So this is minimum stay that they have to occur during the meeting. And the package C, we have a 1-day meeting package for a meeting 150 to 150 packs local participants, but they have to have a minimum stay of 2 days in a participating hotel, right? Next. For convention, under Let's Meet locally, support will be provided for 50 to 250 packs local participant per event with 2 full-day meetings. And the subsidy will be provided for venue hire or F&B or travel costs for invited speakers. For the trade exhibition, support will be provided for shows with minimum of 800 trade exhibitors and minimum of 1,500 square meter gross space usage with 2 full-day exhibitions. Subsidy will be provided for hall rental, 1 full-day tour, culture performance, and VIP souvenirs. These are the things that we are creating to help the industry as far as domestic campaign is concerned under the Let's Meet locally. Under Meet in Malaysia, Let's Meet Tomorrow, targeted at supporting regional and international meetings, incentive conference and exhibitions. We have a few things here for corporate meetings and incentive and convention support. Qualifying criteria start from as low as minimum of 120 participants with at least 10% of foreign participants per event with 2 full day meetings in Malaysia. This is subject to the border opening by the government. That's why we call it Let's Meet Tomorrow. And of course, support for 1 full day meeting will be provided to the organizers under this package. Under the trade exhibition support will be provided for shows starting from minimum of 1,000 trade exhibitors with at least 10% international visitors and a minimum of 1,500 square meter gross space usage with 2 full days exhibition. A subsidy for hall rental, accommodation for hosted buyers, marketing, and of course, on-site support will be provided as well. Under the participating partners in MIM, we have 71 hotels. Currently, we have 71 hotels, 12 venues, and 12 restaurant and service providers. So total, we have partners at the moment is 95 altogether, but the number, of course, keep growing. And then hopefully, with more participation from the private sectors or partners, we could offer more varieties to the industry to host their events in the country. So far, up to December, we have approved 19 application already under Meet in Malaysia campaign, which bring a number of participants around 24,750 delegates. So hopefully the number will grow because under our plan, we are encouraging the Malaysian organizers to organize event in the country. Please submit your application to us for our consideration. Until our borders is open, then we will start continue with our subvention fund. But nevertheless, if you have event coming up in the future, please submit your subvention request to us for us to process. In fact, during this pandemic period, the lockdown period, we have secured around 25 events, going to happen by next year until 2026 under subvention fund. So we are here, to provide services to the industry, to the organizers, to continue choose Malaysia as preferred destination for MICE event to the world. So hopefully with our support, our effort will make Malaysia continue to be known as a destination for business event or MICE event. So with that, I would like to end my presentation, but perhaps we could show our video, play our video here. Then if you have anything to ask, I will be glad to answer it. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
We're all familiar with the greeting Selamat Datang, and today it means so much more because we literally mean the safe in Selamat. From intimate studios to world-class convention centers, with globally recognized capabilities and infrastructure, as well as excellent service standards. Malaysia's extraordinary measures in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic has proved effective and is acknowledged as one of the best in the world. You will have a safe welcome because safety is a priority for our meetings, conventions, and exhibitions. We observe international health and safety protocols to ensure the health and well-being of all delegates and guests. As Malaysians living in the new normal of today, we heed the call of our fellow compatriots to come together in support of local businesses to revive our economy. Tourist hotspots and popular sightseeing locations take special measures to ensure the health and safety of visitors. No matter where you travel in Malaysia, whether from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca, and Johor, or to Penang, and Langkawi, or even across to Sabah and Sarawak. When you are welcomed with greetings of Selamat Datang, rest assured that it is selamat and safe to meet in Malaysia.
So, when you're ready for your meetings and incentives, conventions, or exhibitions, we are ready to welcome you and your delegates. Come to enjoy Malaysia's world-class facilities seamlessly blended with our traditional hospitality to make you feel safe and comfortable. Selamat datang and let's meet in Malaysia.
That's it, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Yang bahagia Datuk, thank you very much for your presentations. We can see that business must be go on regardless the uncertainties. I think I would like to welcome Dr. Faunizo, our chairperson for IEEE Malaysia. He has some questions for you. Over to you, Dr. Faunizo.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Naden. Assalamualaikum, Datuk Sri. First of all, on behalf of our volunteers in Malaysia, for your information, we have about 3,000 members of IEEE in Malaysia, and we organize many conferences every year in the range of 25 to 30 conferences a year. Some of them small, some of them you highlighted, the ones that we bid from flagship conferences and brought to Malaysia. You mentioned, I think, 28 of them. We understand this year the environment was very difficult for conference organizer, and especially for the tourism industry, the hotels, the venues, especially. And in our case, we always try to plan ahead in terms of arranging the conferences. And in your packages that you showed, most of them require like a 2-night stay or 2-day kind of event, right? But we also have smaller events that are running on the same day. For example, a 1-day event, meetings, sometimes medium size, large size. What other type of supports do you provide? For example, for us, let's say upcoming we have general meeting, but it's only a 1-day event.
Okay, thank you for that question. First, I'd like to highlight here our existence is actually to generate or to promote MICE industry to the world from Malaysia. So this is our main objective, and then we have a KPI to report to EPU, who are our funder. They give us the money. In every event that we are hosting, we have to calculate it well so that we can know what is the total impact back to our economy. Of course, in our calculation, if you calculate as tourist, you must stay overnight. So that is considered as tourist. Okay, so that is the basic of calculation that we are using as far as we are calculating on the impact of a particular event. So if a day, program, or just a half-day program, it become if normal or leisure tourist, it called day tripper. You see, so day tripper, it won't count as a tourist. It will count as a tourist. So this is the basic that we are using in calculating our KPI for us to report back to EPU. But nevertheless, I will look into it. You have raised a very pertinent point that as far as our establishment is to actually promote the industry, promote meeting, incentive, convention, and exhibition in the country. We have reviewed our Meet in Malaysia, though it's been launched last couple of months, due to the comment by the industry partners. Because previously we are focusing on the new event, but they said during this pandemic, they cannot create the new event, right? So they want us to support the existing event. So we have changed it to also cover the existing event. So now if you have an existing event, you can apply under Meet in Malaysia campaign for you to organize event in Malaysia. But that is the basic one. I will look into it as what Dr. mentioned just now, how we can also support the day, event, 1 day event. As far as we will look into how the mechanism, how we can calculate it as a contribution to our economy as well. Inshallah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri. I think we have a lot of questions, but due to the time limitations, we are not able to proceed further. But definitely, we are always in touch with your organization. Me, in particular, I've been working a lot with your staff, Edwards, and around. We are very grateful to have myself to support our event. We hope we can continue work together to bring more international event to Malaysia. Regardless the uncertainties, I think we have to adapt. We cannot neglect. We have to adapt and focus more on the collaborations within entities and stakeholders. Again, on behalf of the event organizer, I would like to thank you, Yang Bahagia Datuk Sri Abdul Ghani Daud, the CEO of Malaysian Convention and Exhibition Bureau, for your insightful sharing and also the update. Thank you, Yang Bahagia Datuk.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay.
I think, So we'll move to the next slot. We are a little bit delayed in schedule, but we are supposed to have break, but due to this, I think, behind the schedule, we proceed next to the technical talk by our colleague, Dr. Nirmal Nai, Associate Professor Dr. Nirmal Nai from very far from New Zealand, to share with us on the technical program, keys to high quality technical programs. He is currently chairing the IEEE Region 10 Professional Activity Committee. Over to you, Dr. Nirmal.
Yes, Nordin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Cool. Yeah. And I can share my screen, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, please.
Okay. So let me just get started. Okay. So first off, can you see the screen?
Not yet. Have you shared your screen, please?
Yes, I have shared my screen. Let me see. Okay. Share. Select window or screen. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think you have to select the right one.
Okay. Select window. Is it coming along now?
It's not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming?
Not yet. I can see only the agenda.
Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted to say. So, okay. So I'll get started. So first off, thanks for inviting me for this IEEE panel of conference organizer. I'm assuming the attendees here are getting some ideas about how to organize a panel, and so far you must have heard from all these people how it went, the different issues of managing conferences in COVID from Professor Zuhaina. You have heard how to manage your conference finances from Mohammad Faisal, and then you must have heard a keynote about generally about IEEE Region 10. Also, you might have heard the current director-elect, Deepak Mathur, who has been in conference quality for quite some years, but now he's going to be the Region 10 director. And just a short while ago, you heard, what kind of a local support you get from your local office in Malaysia, right? So, we are running a little bit late. So what I might do is I might just speak for 15 minutes. I'll talk a little bit about IEEE conferences. You have to bid for the conference, right? But I won't be talking about that. But I'll share some keys to high quality technical programs. So I think I was invited just like that. So I'll talk a little bit about 3 programs in particular. I'll share my screen. If you can see it, then let me know. Can you see it?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yep. So the end game, right, for all your conference activity is basically all the papers, right, what you get is going to appear in IEEE Explore, right? That is the last step. So attendees are coming to you so that for your conference, you might have a venue. Before COVID, and people used to come, they used to present, but at the end of the day, they want that it has to come under here, right? And that's the end game for most of the IEEE conferences. So I come from one of the societies. As you know, IEEE has about 46 different chapters, and I think there are 2 or 3 interdisciplinary group of different technologies. So I come from the Power and Energy Society. So I'm just sharing some tips of how to get a good quality technical program. I don't know who invited me, but people do know that I have hosted a lot of conferences. So I will talk about 3 different conferences which might be of interest to the audience, the POCO audience. The first one is 2012. So it's about 8 years ago. And there is a brand of conference which is called as PowerCon. So you can see these are the things. So if you go to IEEE Explore, you'll be able to see that. The second conference I want to talk a little bit about is smart grid technologies. I think Malaysia section has hosted a smart grid before, right? So that is one another thing. And the third one, I want to talk a little bit about a different conference. This is a regional conference. It's a university conference. So all the universities of Australia and New Zealand, and sometimes we do get the Pacific region coming in. So all these 3 conferences are different. Like 2012, the conference on PowerCon, it's more focused around industry and researchers and so on and so forth. So is the smart grid. But the third one was primarily a university conference. But at the end of the day, all these programs have come into IEEE Explore. So that's the end game. Now, what is your role? Your role is somehow to prepare this, to invite people to get a good program and things like that. So the first step I want to talk to you about is your call for proposals. So if you don't have, please take this call for papers very seriously. That's my first information. So based on how good you write this, you will get the correct audience. So I have learned this from my experiences organizing conferences. If every task you do as a conference organizer, you have to take it very, very seriously. I sometimes joke that each of the conferences, international conferences I do is like arranging your own marriage or someone else's marriage, right? So you have to prepare everything seriously because you have to give a good experience, right? So, and if you have a good quality call for papers with clear-cut ideas about what the theme is, think about the theme very, very carefully. Talk about the theme in the context of your country or what is topical at that point of time. COVID might be one thing, but that's just one of those things currently. Sell your country very, very well. I usually sell Auckland all the time. People know that. And, put in dates and things like that. So first tip for a good technical program is you should know what you are asking for. If you don't get it, you don't know what you're asking for, right? So that is tip number 1. The other part is what is a good technical program, right? So I'll give you a couple of examples. You can just take whichever way it is. So I will talk about, this is PowerCon 1. So make sure that I just want to talk a little bit about the committees. Or I'll come back over here. You should have a very good technical committee. If you don't have a good technical committee, then who are participating, then it becomes a problem. I'll just talk about this 2012. You can see this is an international advisory board. So we spread all over the world. IEEE is a global organization. So make sure you have the right person and who is active in that technical area, right? If it is robotic, if it is industrial application, it could be electronics, anything, it doesn't matter, right? So make sure you do that. Don't have a very good technical program chair and a co-chair. Ideally, keep it from some other place so that it would be good, that their only job is that, right? And make sure you have an industry chair and things like that. So tip number 1, good call for paper. Tip number 2, have a good technical advisory group who will give you some ideas and connection for the theme, and then have a good total technical program chair, right? So and also have industry chair as well, right? So these two go together. So those are some important tips. I'll talk about some other tips as we go through. So most of these I chose to show here because you can go online and get these details if you wanted to do. So this is the ISGT Asia final handbook, if you look at it. So if you go into Google, if you're there, this is how we would do it. So 2 parts. So the first part, which I mentioned, was what is going to happen in IEEE Explore. But you have to know that you will have a lot of attendees coming physically to Malaysia, right? So your previous speaker talked about, 3 nights, 4 nights. That's how they do. So you have to make sure that if they come to Malaysia, they don't spend time just moving around the country, right? They should go for the first day or the second day or whatever, or the third day, whenever they do. But for the other time, they should be in the conference, and it should be engaging. So the trick here is to have a good conference program. If you don't have a good conference program, it is just talk stuff, then people will just move away, right? And you won't get the good experience of world-class people coming in. So some trick which I've usually done is just have a look at it. If you have any questions, we can pick it up later. Have a good program. If you can't have a good program, it's not really fun. It should be fun for you, right? And so you should have everything. So just have a look at it. Go to ISGT Asia. You will be able to find it out. Everything is in the web. We have generously gone, similar thing, I have done it for OPEC. You can look at OPEC 2018. You can look at it, how a program looks like, good theme, have a good tutorial session, top quality people. Try to keep it local. This one, we have found out that if you do it very, very local, it works out very good. And you can have a student program, young professional program, something like that. Have a good opening. Have a good some of these things. All the sessions, try to make sure you keep it slotted. Don't club 10 papers into one session or something like that. High quality papers should come. The rest could be in posters. Try to arrange this such that it is pleasant for people to come and have a good time. We do this all the time. So the trick here is actually making sure that you really get a high quality program sorted out. So these are some tips which I wanted to talk about today. If you just feel free to, I would like this to be more interactive rather than anything else. So I think some of you are very experienced conference organizers, but some might not be. So at this point of time, I will try to unshare myself if it is okay. And then we can pick up what you want us to talk about. So how is it coming along there? Is it my chat is still being shared? Okay, cool. Are there any questions or comments at this stage? Okay, so
yeah, for example, people are coming to the conference, but somehow like students, they want to come to the conference. They come to see, the keynotes and also attending their session. But at the meantime, also because maybe they are coming to that some, very far away from their own place, and they wish to visit also. This is something that, to select which session they want to attend, and have to plan for whenever they want to go, because they may spend for about 1 week only. So as you maybe you have a student also within you, what is normally you tell your student, for example, like to advise them further, to go to very good, whenever you get to the conference, then make sure you go to the conference, get benefit of it. Over to you, Doctor.
So it depends on the IEEE society which is doing it, right? So I think some of the flagship conferences which are in the US have a very strong student program, all right? And if suppose in your program you don't have a good student program, they might not come, So one of the tricks is to make sure whatever your local conference is, and make sure that technical part, because we're focusing on technical today, right? I mean to say, so if you can get a good technical program and get some of the experts sitting there and have some discussion session, I have never had any of my students go away. They will come there. So as long as the what you are asking about is mostly how to keep them staying there. So if you have a good program, they will stay. If you don't have a good program, they will just go away. But that's okay. That's fine. I think that should not be your onus. Your onus should be to, if suppose there is a local people coming in and so on and so forth, give a high quality technical program, right? The other thing is what I have found is networking. So if you give enough networking opportunities, they will stay. Now, please be sure that they're coming there, they're coming internationally, they're going to meet people. So maybe you should have something like, and I think your question was mostly for students, make sure that they might be looking for a postdoc position, they might be looking for something else. So you have to be creative. And the final thing is, I think people should enjoy. If people are not enjoying, why would you want to do it? So don't get too much of, so one of the tricks I have done is don't have too many parallel sessions, right? Just have 1 or 2 sessions, that's fine. And if make sure that the good quality papers are there. Also make sure that you have a lot of prizes for the best paper, right? So the students will stay and they will cheer up, and also have, you have to be it creative. That's a part of that exercise. So if you don't have a good technical program, you won't get an audience. If your country is more beautiful than the technical program, students would go away. So I am a little bit easy. When I have traveled also, I've gone all over the place. But what I have told is, okay, you go for one conference, you go around the city. The second conference, hey, you have to graduate. And then I have to go and find a job. Hey, you meet this person, meet that person, go and talk to them. So it depends on how we want to do. And IEEE conferences, usually flagship conferences are pretty good. So if you've gone to one of those conferences, it should be working out okay. Sorry, it's a long-winded answer, but hopefully I've given you some ideas. There is a question from Zuhaina there. Nirmal, what is your opinion on poster session? How to make it more impactful to the participants? Very good question. So what I tend to do is poster session, I don't push it to the end. I usually put it to first day or something like that. Or I arrange it in a day when there is an industry open day. So one of the days out of 3-day conferences, I usually have found, keep it for an industry day. Don't put poster on one of the evenings, getting it sorted out, all that kind of stuff. Do it on a day when you don't have dinner, or dinner, you could do it. Or you could do just before dinner. Everyone will be there. I mean to say, and make sure it is a high visibility stuff, get the industry people and all those things. And I think one of the things we did in ISGT was very interesting. We gave a 3-minute pitch, sell your idea, right? Because you could create startup, you could create all those. It depends on your technology, right? I don't know which technology you would do. So with a poster, it requires a lot of pressure. You should have your screen, you should have those things, you should have do other things and so on and so forth. Make poster session exciting. Otherwise, people are bored. Don't put too many posters. Don't put all those things. But that's my sense about posters. I love posters, not because of anything else, because I can talk to the person. I can talk to that person. If I'm looking for a postdoc, I can find it out. If it's a master's student, I'll say, hey, have you thought about doing research here? Or can you go there? So it depends. on what you want to do. But I think even the speaking about this, sometimes usually you get too many papers, right? I mean to say, you might get, I don't know, 150 papers. You have to push through a lot of those things. I usually go for parallel tracks, which is only 5 or 6 papers, not more than that, 10, you know, and there will be high quality papers. And everything else I'll put into a poster. You could do it that way. So many people do it differently, but I strongly believe every event, poster, the keynote, the panel, everything should be exciting. People should look at it. One another trick I have usually done is my handbook is usually very good. I don't do it at the last minute. I do it 2 weeks, 3 weeks before. Right, the branding is perfect. Everything is perfect. I advertise it everywhere. People would say this is a big place which is happening, right? And make it exciting. That's what I would rather do. Stick to the time. Don't go, 10 minutes late. It just doesn't work. People would be trying to do other things. Also, make sure you don't have. If you, I forgot about that. If you don't want the students to move around, please don't keep. I found this the wrong way. I usually used to have one person from this conference, conference center standing there giving free this. Don't do that because they will try to sell people off. So make sure you don't have that if you're interested in that. But if it's a very big conference, I think you should do that because people are coming with their partners and trying to do that. So I've covered a lot of ground, but yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nimal. Dr. Fanizu?
Yeah, if we have time. Just wondering, if I may get your view on the breadth of the scope of a conference, right? What would be the ideal combination? Do we want to be a specific conference which is slightly smaller, or do you want to go slightly broader? So what would be the best combination or arrangement?
So I have handled conferences with about 130, 140 people to 450 people, different things. I think it depends. The answer is it depends. So I have gone to do a flagship spec conference, which is only on power electronics. So then what you do is you go deep. You go very, very deep, I mean to say. So no one can miss it, from one end to the other. If it is broad, I'm going to try to do 10Con next year, and I'm really struggling because 10Con is so broad. Hey, anyone can come, right? I mean to say. So I'll be first to try. So I don't have experience of broad conference yet, which is totally broad, like Region 10 conference. But what I'm trying to do here is IEEE is known for innovation, for new things, and so on and so forth. So even though you'll be talking about old things, do the branding properly, I mean to say. So we are going with a theme on space because we are Rocket Lab. We are talking about energy something. We are talking about cyber security, blah, blah, all those kinds of stuff. So make sure you brand it properly and then line it up. And if it is a big conference, there has to be some theme, right? Which is why I talked about the call for papers. So even if it is a broad topic, it depends on you. If you have caused it a very broad topic of call for papers, you will end up with a broad topic, right? So I think it depends on the program committee. So I'm very careful about those things. So you can make a very narrow topic broad, or you can make a very broad topic narrow. It depends on you. And that is a program committee's chair. So you need some experience to do with that. I've had both those things. But to answer your question, Fanzo, I think we are a technical organization. We should be going deep. That is my gut instinct. Because if you can't stick to your core discipline, then what else is there? It could be any other conference. So that is where I would rather usually go with. That would be my recommendation.
All right. I think thank you, Dr. Nimal and Dr. Fanizu for asking the question. I think a lot of question can be asked here. I think Dr. Nimal, very good. You don't have to prepare anything, just to focus on the, I like your stuff because we just focus to what's a pinpoint or what's the issues in running conferences.
Right. Now, I can talk a lot about organizing conferences, but here I've just focused on technical part of it. And IEEE technical part, the end game you should know. It is IEEE Explore. That is what it is, right? I mean to say from a paper. If you don't have that, basically during COVID-19, what is the important thing for students? They have to get the paper in IEEE Explore, right? It is whatever it is. So I think that is the important part. So you have to capture that. Everything else is extra. It's fun, but make it fun. That's what I would rather do. That's my final comment for POCO, guys. Make sure, I think one of the other thing while I'm here, I just want to talk a little bit about integrity and the Region 10, because I'm in the Region 10 side. I think one of the things Region 10 has to be careful is understanding the difference between collaboration and plagiarism. These are two extremes. Collaboration basically means you can collaborate, do this in certain disciplines, we do it, but plagiarism is a very serious business, right? Because it's archival. So be careful. I know collaboration means certain things and so on and so forth. Students, we should not have a bad rap. And I know I'm coming from one society. I don't know what other societies are, but we have to be very careful to up the game. I understand about quality, time, and all those things. Technical programs, we have to be very, very careful in Region 10, right? So I think make sure the plagiarism part is very, I did not touch on that, but if you want to have a good technical program coming in IEEE Explore, people want to say, hey, this is a good brand, make sure you don't have plagiarism, right? Try to stop that. We don't need that. Collaboration is fine, but it has to be original work, attributed properly, and all those things. I just wanted to touch base that, because IEEE is really considering, and we are all part of Region 10, whoever is here. So I just wanted to tell that. Thank you.
All right, I think, thank you, Dr. Nimal. I think very important you have highlighted actually is it's not just collaborate, it's a plagiarism. Plagiarism actually is something that we have to avoid to happen, especially in this region. I think on behalf of the event organizer, we'd like to thank you, Dr. Nimal, Associate Professor Dr. Nimal Nai, for the short but very insightful discussion talk, and hope to have you more in the future. So thank you, Doctor.
All the best. Thank you.
All right. I think, yeah. Next, we want to move to the last sessions for this half-day event. So we'd like to welcome, not a conclusion, yeah. We would like to welcome Dr. Muhammad Fauzi Abdullah is a Vice Chair of IEEE Malaysia Section to have a panel discussion. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, testing.
Yeah,
testing.
Yeah, good.
Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all viewers. Okay. Right. Okay. It's good to have lots of committees from Region 10 and Malaysia Section in joining this event. So, okay, as mentioned by Dr. Nordin just now, this is the last session. Last but not least, I think, because this is a very important session. It's a sharing session based on real experience. Because of this COVID-19, okay, we have to, the method of organizing conference has changed from physical to online, right? So it also, it creates new opportunities and also lots of challenges, okay? So I think this is, this session is very important. So we decided for this session, we will have two real experience. One is actually from IEEE Region 10, Student Young Professional Women in Engineering Life Member, or SYWL 2020 Congress, which is held between 19th September to 4th of October. Okay, this is very interesting because usually this Congress is what, around 3 to 4 days event, but this year, because it's online, it becomes 2 weeks plus event. So this is quite interesting. Okay, this is what we would like to know. Okay, this session will be presented by Associate Professor Dr. Supavadi from Thailand session, who is actually the general co-chair for the SYWL 2020. And the second sharing session, okay, we will have a conference from IEEE Malaysia Section, which is IEEE Student Conference on Research and Development, SCORD. So this is actually organized by one of our IEEE student branch, which is IEEE UTHM, University Technology Hussein on Malaysia student branch. Okay, so this will be presented by the chair of the student branch himself. Okay, on the experience. Okay, I hope that the presenter will share something about lesson learned. challenges, real problem faced during the event, during the conference, and maybe you can share some thought. They say that if you want to repeat the program or the conference, how would you do differently, if any? Okay, with that, I will offer this session to Associate Professor Dr. Supavadi for the sharing session on SYWL 2020. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And you can hear me clearly, right? I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so yeah, I'm glad to join the mini POCO event today by the Malaysia section. Yeah, and actually, as all we know, this year most of the event that become the virtual event, and also include the Region 10 SYWL, which first originally was supposed to be in Bangkok, right, in September, and then it's postponed to December, and finally it's become a completely virtual events. Yeah, so one thing that unique about the Congress, okay, is that typically it's a 3-day event, and then it involves a lot of participation from the section and then all the volunteers, right? So one thing that we have to think about if we're gonna hold a Congress online is that how we could engage many participation, and also, I mean, the as a interaction and the networking has to be possible, okay, as much as possible as we can. Yeah, so that was the thing that, I mean, the committee thought that, okay, how can we make that happen? Of course, for the SYWL, we have the 4 Region 10 coordinator, right, for the student, for the YP, for we, for life member, okay, that they will responsible for their corresponding track. Yeah, so that is like we have to, I think we around, I think more than 6 months that we prepare, and then we have meeting with also with the Region 10 operating committee. Okay, so to have a session, right? So at first, we think that, okay, we're gonna do the similar thing, like we're gonna pack everything into 3 days. Yeah, but I mean that is when we think that is not possible, because it will become like a parallel track. And then parallel track is mean like people have to choose, the member have to choose, okay, which to attend and so on, right? And so I saw like many example, like many of the United Nations event, that they also run the event for like a month, or some also span or 2 months or 3 months as well. And I mean in that period, okay, they have only 1 or 2 session a day, right? So I mean that's come to my mind, so that when I proposed to the committee that, okay, we could have something like that, but a shorter period, right, like a 2 weeks long. But in that in each day we're gonna have actually maximum only 2, but in some day it will have only 1. And one thing that we have to concern is about also the period of what is the time of the Congress, right? Because mainly Region 10 cover, I mean, from Australia until India. So we cover different time zone, right? So we decided, okay, we're gonna put Bangkok in the middle, right? So somehow it would be like early afternoon in Bangkok, right? Maybe a little bit early from like South Asia, but still okay from like Australia. Okay, so that's how we also decide the time. Yeah. So when we think like that, so it's mean now it is possible that everything is a single track session, and then it encourage all the participation. Okay, so that is, I believe that one unique thing about the Congress at this time. Yeah, and also next is that how we could get the interesting speaker. Of course, we cannot have only the speaker from Region 10, but of course we have many from the headquarter, and some session also collaborate as a general session, like a humanitarian activity, like the at the Kapanu actually is also with the student session, and we have many interesting like from the Standard Association, and also many industry related event as well. Yeah, so for that, I mean, the coordinator responsible to invite, and we got a very good speaker. Okay, in total we have 120 speaker. Okay, which is like very good. Okay, we have overall 16 days. We have a 24 session, right? And then we have 1,362 participants. So that is mainly for the participant that actually attend the live session, like a login, because we use a WebEx. Yeah, and then for that the section has to be nominated. Okay, and then we also stream online to the Facebook of the Region 10 and also Region 10 SYWL. I think only the student session that they can see the event later on. Yeah, so I mean for that I think we have over 10,000 live audience. Okay, and then in terms of include the engagement further, there are also 5 contests, okay, that engage more participation. We have even like the entertainment session at the closing session as well. Yeah, so I believe that overall we are quite successful for this first event in terms of the section participation, in terms of the expandable reach, in terms of like we have the single track session, which is quite unique, and the networking, and then contest. Okay, and then because networking contest, I like to give an example, like on the student session, they done it very good, that after the session finished, so they spare around I think 40 minutes for the networking session. So all people could join in and then talk leisurely, in which I think that is like a very good idea for the student track. Yeah. And then we also get the really strong support team. Okay. And I believe in terms of impact, it is a very good of the SYWL. So that is like my short sharing. Okay. And if I welcome any question if you may have. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Spavadi. It's a very good experience, okay, to learn something from you. What actually catch my attention is actually the contest. You say something about contest and you said something about networking, because we know the main thing about conference is networking. So it's a very tricky to do it online, because you don't actually there, right? So you talk about networking with contest. Can you elaborate a bit further about that on how you use the contest for networking?
Yeah, because like for the contest, right? So it has to be some preparation beforehand. So there would be announcement beforehand, like on the YP section that they have like a poster contest, right? So it means that the people have to submit in advance. Yeah, and then they have a chance to present. Afterwards. Okay. So in that case, some of different team may have a chance to also talk to each other, and they have the student and also like women in engineering as well. Yeah, but I think in terms of like networking, are there anything I can? Is the sound still okay?
Okay, it's okay.
I hear some spark of the noise. Yeah. So I believe like in terms of the contest depend on, because we have a different contest. Yeah. And then in terms of the networking, as I mentioned, because like there are also some of the session, the networking session after the student session, as I mentioned. Yes, and that I have also engaged myself, and it I can have a chance to talk to a lot of the volunteer as well. Yeah. So I believe that make it quite successful, and I think they have the Facebook group also after that as well, that allow people to join in. Yeah.
Okay. And also, can you just briefly explain a bit about the entertainment? Because you say something about the entertainment, how it is conducted, basically during the Congress.
Yeah, for the entertainment, of course, at first, we plan to invite Professor, I think Professor Kosik from the Bangalore section for deliver like a comedy. Okay, but eventually he cannot make it. Okay, so we invite, I believe, I cannot remember the name, but another volunteer from India who can make, I think, like the sound look like a glass, right? I cannot remember exactly, but like he can make a vocal, yeah, and then make it like he's playing a music, And I think that, I mean,
Okay.
networking is not a problem, I think, or are entertained and amazed by that. Yeah, and also they have I think for the cultural performance as well. Yeah, cultural performance is mean each section
Yeah.
yeah, they do something and then they also show the video. I mean, after shortlisted, they also show the video,
Okay.
and
Okay.
there are some award after that. Yeah.
I think that the cultural show is a annual thing you must have during the
Yeah.
congress, right? So that's why
Yes.
I'm just curious how
But of
you
course,
need to
the
have that.
actual event is very. I mean, it's one of my enjoyable. I mean, session. It's like we are relaxing and can see and
Okay.
can share with each country cultures. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. So that's why during this COVID-19, you need to be creative. The Congress
Yeah.
need to go on with some creativity. You can still do the event successfully, right? Just maybe one last before I go to the next session. The Supervadi. Maybe from maybe if you have something, if you want to repeat it, what actually you think that you will do differently to improve your event or the congress. Maybe I think because you already experienced organizing it. Maybe that you have something that you feel that if you will do that, it will improve further the event. You have any thought about that?
Yeah. Um, I think in terms of like each if of the coordinator we could have some track that could jointly organize more, but I believe that
Okay.
they are already they are already jointly organized, but
Okay.
we look forward to have more joint session, and also
Okay.
like with also more industry collaboration. Yeah, but overall
Okay.
I believe the program is quite good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Spavadi, for the for nice explanation about the Congress. Okay. Maybe we have a question afterwards. Okay. But before that, let's go to the next sharing session. So this is sharing session will be from IEEE UTHM student branch who just organized our IEEE conference on student conference on research and development. So this is something different because the sharing session will be given by the students themselves who actually a very important parts in the organizing conference. Maybe we could learn, okay, they can share from their perspective. Okay, maybe here we have Mr. Muhammad Faris, who is actually the chair for IEEE UTHM student branch, and also Muhammad Isham, also the committee. Maybe you both of you can share from your perspective on organizing online conference and also what actually the lesson learned, challenges, and what actually the real problem we face that we at least we can learn from it. Okay, over to you. Maybe right.
All right, thank you, Dr. May I share the
Yeah.
screen? Can
Yeah,
you
I think
see
you need to full
the?
screen. Okay, right.
Okay. And then first of all, Assalamualaikum and very afternoon to all of you. I'm Muhammad Faris Firdaus, a chairperson of the IEEE Tesham Student Branch. Today, I would like to present something about the Student Conference on Research and Development, organized by the IEEE Malaysia Section and also IEEE Tesham Student Branch, supported by University of Nusa On and also Faculty of Electronic and Electrical Engineering. Okay, in this presentation, I will introduce about a little bit about SCOT and paper info, international recognition, tentative and timeline, challenge, solution and achievement, and lastly about conclusion and appendix. Okay, for the introduction, SCOT is stand for the Student Conference on Research and Development. Every year, SCOT will be held in a different university around Malaysia. IEEE Education Student Branch is a IEEE organization in the university level, which is a main organizer of SCOT 2020. The previous SCOT has been organized by University Technology Petronas UTP, and all students around Malaysia can publish paper include university around the world. And also those paper will be published on IEEE Explore. website if it's not being rejected, and also being reviewed and also being presented during the conference day. And then regarding the paper info, there is 4 type of status. First, the submitted paper. We got almost 200, which is 197 numbers of paper, which is submitted in the IDA system. And from 197 papers, there's only 160 numbers of papers which is submitted with the full manuscript. And then the acceptance paper are only 104, and due to some reason, the total published paper is only 102. And regarding the paper, Scott paper 2020 getting most from Malaysian, 86 paper, and 3 paper from Bangladesh, 5 paper from USA, Pakistan, 3 papers, and 1 by Australia, Britain, Indian, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And then the tentative of the conference, for the conference has been organized for 2 days due to the COVID. And then we are doing it in the online conference. So the first in the morning at to 9 a.m. we are setting up the Google Meet, which is being conducted by the technical team for both day. And then for the first day, 9 a.m. until 12 p.m. We conducted the keynote speech, welcome remark, and also opening ceremony through the Google Meet, and also the FB Live in the FB of IEEE Session Student Branch. And then 12 until 2 p.m. we are having a lunch break, and 2 until 3:15, which is a prayer session 1, including all of the field, communication, power, electronic, robotic, and others field. And then there is having a after break, and also continue with the parallel session 2 from 3 p.m. at 3:30 p.m. until 5 p.m. And then we continue to the second day, which is about a half day. So 8 to 9 p.m. As usual, we are setting up the Google Meet by technical team and proceed to the parallel session 3, 9 a.m. until 10:11 at 10:15 a.m. And then the morning break, 10:15 until 10:30. Continue with the parallel session 4, afternoon break, and also parallel session 5. And then for the timeline and on, I will pass to my Vice Chair, Muhammad Isham bin Harimizun.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all of you. Okay, this one is the timeline for since from proposal before the start of Scott until the postmortem. Okay, maybe I will just go through this timeline, and for this, next slide. Let's focus on the challenge.
Okay. Yes, please, because we don't have much time. Please focus on the challenge.
Okay. Yeah. This one is a challenge and the solution. So since everyone know and the world's experienced the pandemic, which is the COVID-19, so we barely to proceed our operation as usual. So we have to remodel our operation and come up with the solution. So first thing first is from this hardship, the meeting among the committee is hard lah. And how we solve this problem is we set up online platform such as Google Meet for the meeting. And the second thing is the fee. The fee is barely unreasonable because the fee is too expensive since the participant cannot attend to our university. So how we do is we reduce the fee to half from the initial, but instead of just reduce like that, we come up with a lot of gift, such as a certificate and merchandise and so on. And the third one is not enough manpower to handle the session. So since the COVID-19 on March, so most of the students going back to hometown. So only the lecturers left in the university. So before a month before the session, the lecturer call all the student committee to attend university to help to handle the session. but luckily during that time, the case of COVID has reduced and dropped. So it's fortunate for us. And lastly is different time zone for the presentation session. Since we have other countries participate in this conference, so we asked the presenter to prepare the video in case they cannot attend online during the session. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, this one is the achievement. Actually, there's a lot of achievement, but I just list out 4 only that I think maybe the most achievement lah. The first one is more than 100 papers successfully submitted, and the second one, and we attract participant. This actually, I guess, the most successfully lah attract participant other than Malaysian. And the third one is we handle the online presentation. The first, I think the first time for us to handle such as an event. And the last one is out of 102 successfully published in RPS Score, which is also our success achievement lah. Right, that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Hisham. Okay, well, maybe I can share a bit about the SCOT. Actually, I'm also involved in the organizing committee for the SCOT 2020. I still remember joining the physical meeting in February, and suddenly March we already discussed about the fees and how we're going to conduct the conference, and suddenly the lockdown in March, everything changed, right? I think it's a very good experience because we never faced this before. But the quick actions, if you from the presentation given by by Hisham, okay, and Faris, okay, they quickly reduce the fees, okay, and then quite interestingly, they said that okay, because basically in Malaysia, once the lockdown happened, students have to go back. For organizing conference, students is our manpower. This is very important. Okay, this our like if we have a physical event, you don't have students. Basically, you cannot conduct the conference. Okay, so that's why it's quite interesting to hear that basically they come together. So meaning that for your conference, for SCOT conference, you have a workstation, you have a control center. Somehow all the committee have a control center. So even though it's online, so you have a control center to make sure that all the sessions actually organized neatly. So right, maybe you can share something about that, maybe Faris or Hisham about that. I believe you have a control center during the conference.
Yes, we had a control center which is on our faculty FKE. So that for the 2 days, we allocate all of the committee member in the one floor, so that every single room will be conducted one parallel session, so that the supervised we will be ever supervised by the general conference and also by me myself to make sure all of the sessions are conducted very carefully and also no disrupted by any internet problem or others problem.
That's a very good strategy. Yeah, it's a good strategy if the committee comes from the same institution or same university. Maybe perhaps the supervisor, you can share about your congress, whether you have that kind of setup, you have a control center, or you have distributed, I would say, people in charge for the congress. Do you have the same setup?
We distributed, to like all the coordinators. So, but mainly we have to keep track of which session, which session who. But maybe like if the track belong to student, then the student, track chair who will responsible. Yeah, but we have a list to see who is responsible, or sometimes we need the help from EWEL from the Asia Pacific office also. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's what the founder mentioned just now. It's very difficult because once it's even for the organizer, because you have distributed committees, you don't know whether the committee is actually working the job or not, right? Because you cannot see them. That's why this online event, having a control center maybe is a good option. Maybe because depending on your country, what actually the rules and regulation about the how many people can be at one room. But I think having a control center, just concentrate on the technical matters would help. But it's not always work for different events, because maybe different events we have committees coming from different regions. Okay, maybe it's very difficult to have that kind of arrangement, right? I think it's good. And also I think from the presentation also, maybe you can share something about share something about any difficulties, any main problems faced during the for Scott, any problem faced, technical matters happen during the conference. Maybe you can share a bit.
Uh, uh, most of the issues we are testing before a conference. Means that for the parallel session we are testing among the members, so we required all of the team members to join one session and a lot of session in one time, so to make sure the server will be able to conduct the parallel session, not even get interrupt, so that we try to do the pre-conference or parallel session to ensure all of the issue are being eliminated, so that during the conference day we are able to reduce as much as we can the most of the internet problem.
Okay. I think I just want to add, maybe it's not covered. Basically, for the Scott 2020, the format they're doing, they have pre-recorded presentation, and then for each session they will play the video first. But the audience or the presenter will be on standby mode. So if there is any questions from the audience, okay, the presenter will be responded immediately. I think that's actually the format that being used for Scott 2020, right?
Yes, we are forgot about that.
Okay, right. I think because we are almost out of time. There are still so many questions. Okay, because like I said, this is something new. Okay, we keep on learning on the challenges and what are the problems faced. Okay, for this organizing this online conference. Okay, and I hope that all the viewers would learn something. Okay, or maybe if you have any things that you want to share from your experience, please do so before I end the session. Dr. Nordin, any questions from the viewers? Because I didn't receive anything here.
I think it's okay. I think Dr. Fonizi want to ask some questions. I can see from his face.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess not so much of a question. I guess just commenting. I think the team at UTHM, what Faris and Hisham was trying to say was basically they did a stress test before the actual conference. That's the first one, to ensure that the system can actually cope, especially since you're running from the what do you call this, control center. So there could be bottleneck there. So you needed to do the stress test, right? The second one is what I captured, and I think most important is for any virtual conference or even a physical conference, you need to have a backup of a backup, right? So you need to have contingencies of the things. In case something happens, you need to have a backup. Like a session chair, if somehow the session chair is unable to connect due to whatever reason, you have a backup session chair. So that's what I observed during Scott, and I think you guys as student volunteers to help manage the conference virtually for the first time, I think you guys did very well. I applaud and I congratulate the team. Only now I know the challenges that you face at the back because of your sharing, right? So and another one is to Prof. Pawadi, thank you very much for sharing your experience with running a huge virtual conference, right? So so on behalf of Malaysia Section, so thank you very much for the sharing. So hopefully the sharing can benefit all the attendees as well as other people who may view the conference, the material which will be made available on demand as well. So thank you, Dr. Fauzi.
Okay.
Okay,
Over
I
to
think
you.
let me have one questions only, not
Okay.
more than that. I like to first of all thank you, Dr. Spawadi, as well as Hisham, as well as Faris, for the last minute invitations. Uh, Definitely, your presence is very important. One question actually is to Dr. Spawadi, because you are handling SYWL, which is very huge, demographic of membership, and being even in Asian ASEAN, we can see that some country are little bit developed, some are less developed, and so on. And those who are coming from less developed, that's why we discussed about what Dr. Fanil said just now, backup, over backup, because one of the things within, like, we have one day, half day event today also, I'm very much, to the very second to make sure that all the participants, all the speakers come on board on time. So how to, in your case, how you work within your team to make sure that every participant, every speakers come on board, start on time?
Yeah, actually, the program and the speaker has to be confirmed like a month in advance. Of course, there are some of the session that they still have a last minute confirmation. Yeah, but of course, in this large scale, so it means that we have to rely on the track share on the coordinator. But of course, they are responsible. So I mean, yeah, we I think all the sessions are okay, but just like some of the session, the speaker confirmation come very late, so that affect the publicity. So it's been if we cannot publicity if just like a few day in advance, so it means that session will have a very small participation. Yeah, so it's mean everything has to be done in advance. Yeah.
All
Can I
right, I think,
can I
yeah.
just a follow-up question? Do you face problem with time zones when running the virtual conference? People
Yeah.
assuming different time and joining at different times.
Yes, I think we have like a session. I think in maybe weekends, we have like 10. In some day we have 10 a.m. Bangkok, right? Which may be too early in India, but and then we also have afternoon session. But mainly we have calculate that these two time would maybe applicable to all. But of course, in some time, so it may getting too late. It may be difficult. So very difficult to afford all the time zone. But I hope
Yeah.
that if we have the like the archive of the video, so they can view it later on. I hope that I think Region 10 should put everything in the archive on the Region 10, I mean website or the YouTube. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
I think perhaps Dr. Fauzi can conclude.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Supervadi, for the sharings. I think I think just a quick wrap up. I think I would say organizing this virtual conference, okay, is not something that impossible. It's possible, but then we need to sort out all the challenges which is new to us. Okay, because we don't know. Okay, maybe last time we feel that at the end of this year. That's why even many conferences in Malaysia they shifted to the end of the year. They feel like okay, everything should be cleared by end of the year, but still no. Next year, who knows? Maybe we're facing the same thing again. So that's why having this virtual conference is not an option. It's just that we need to learn. We need to learn from previous experience like what we have today, and then we can improve it to time, right? Okay, so I think thank you again, Dr. Spavadi, for your time. Last minute, okay, invitation. Thank you for being with us today. I'm sure you can even 5 minutes invitation before the event, you still can talk about this. Okay, and then also thanks a lot from the student branch, Faris, the chair and the vice chair, Maisham, for your nice experience sharing from the point of view of students. Thanks a lot. Okay, with that I wrap this session. Okay, over to you, Dr. Nordin.
All right, I think thank you, Dr. Fauzi, for moderating the panel session. I wish to see more discussion like this, because I think because sharing actually is something that we care about this. Sharing is a caring. Because like what you said, the virtual is not an option. This is will be a selection. It's an option already. Like what I'm very much in from Comsop, for example. In the future, we are thinking to have not only physical, you're going to have virtual. At the meantime, also hybrid. Means that you can have local people to come to the conference, and those who are not able to come, they can participate through a virtual. So on behalf of the event organizer, together with Dr. Fanizu as well, we would like to thank you all the panelists, Dr. Spawadi from SYWL, Faris and Hisham from UTHM student branch. Thank you everyone. So we very happy to have you, and hopefully to can have more like this in the future. So I think we come to the end already. So we'd like to thank you everyone. So all right. I think I would like to invite Dr. Faunizu to say his few words before we conclude our event.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nordin. It's been a lot of learning actually. It's good that you come up with programs with many speakers speaking for briefly to talk about so many different things. We had Professor Nishihara to talk about the importance of conference quality, to hear from the guy at the top in Region 10 to put so much emphasis on conference quality. So that's very important. And we had Professor Johanna to explain the gritty details of managing a conference, especially sharing a lot of resources available to conference organizers from MCE. And we had Prof. Celia to share on how she actually developed the conference itself and to highlight the importance of publicity committee, which I agree many people tend to overlook, and you end up struggling to get papers, right? And we had Dr. Faisal to share about the financial, and the single most important one is the audit, right? The audit. Regardless of how big your conference is, there needs to be an audit, whether it's audit by the government, audit by the IEEE MCE, or at the very least audit by the local operating unit. So that has to be put as part of the parcel of the development of the conference budget, right? And we had Prof. Lance to talk about the importance of conference quality again. I think we learned a lot in terms of what is needed in order to build a good conference technical program quality. We had also Mr. Deepak, our upcoming Region 10 Director, who shared his priorities for 2021. And he also touched in terms of his priorities for conferences. So I believe these are very useful, especially for volunteers at the section level, the volunteers at the conference level, to know what's important for the region director. And that we also heard the different packages, different offers provided by MySEP for conferences in Malaysia, the Let's Meet Locally initiative. I think those are important things that conference organizers should take into account when organizing their conference, so they can get some either technical support or financial support from an institution such as myself. And before the forum panel just now, we heard Prof. Nirmal talking about how to make a conference engaging, right? So one of the things that should be focused on is to talk about to make sure that we have a good technical program. So many things to be considered to make a good technical program. So that was covered by Prof. Nirmal just now. And of course, we heard the experience from the organizers of SYWL, such a big flagship regional conference having thousands of participants. And also we heard from the student volunteers who are running on the ground. Right? So I believe the session today covered so many different things from A to Z regarding planning, regarding finances, regarding technical, regarding actually managing the conference itself as a virtual conference, and in some case a hybrid conference. And I believe we're going to be like this at least for the next 6 months or maybe longer. But one thing that we probably can take out of this is that even though we may go physical in the future, it probably is a good idea to have physical plus virtual as part of the components of the conference. Make sure the benefits of the conference don't just stop when the conference ends. So with that, on behalf of Malaysia Section, I would like to thank everybody, especially all the speakers who have shared a lot of their experience and knowledge, and as well as the participants who have stayed to the end of the session, and not forgetting to Dr. Nordin himself and his team of volunteers behind the screen, who we do not see today, right? So thank you for organizing a very smooth flowing event. This is my second time using StreamYard. I think it's a good platform for broadcasting an event. So with that, thank you, Dr. Nordin. Thank you to all the volunteers running the event. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Fanizu, for the kind word. I think this is the first event. I think this is not the first event. Virtual POCO, we have the first event in 2017. Quite a big event on POCO, and we wish to have this event not maybe annually, but to have from time to time, to make sure that we can update all the chapters, all the volunteers, members that are running the conferences or the technical events, that is related to IEEE. I think on behalf of the event organizer, I would like to thank my team, Dr. Harun, Mahmoud, Abdul Wahab at the back that managing the StreamYard, as well as to thank you all the IEEE sections team that always review comments and approve the proposal. And not last but not least, I would like to thank you these distinguished speakers, Prof. Akinari, Mr. Dipa, Prof. Lance, Datuk Sri Abdul Kani, Dr. Nimal, Prof. Celia, Dr. Fanizu, Dr. Sorry, I did say something wrong. Dr. Pauzi, I think and Dr. Spawadi, Dr. Faisal, and Dr. Zohaina, as well as Faris and also Hisham just now. Right. So, and also we'd like to thank you all the entities that are supporting us from IEEE headquarters, our section, MCE, Region 10 IEEE, as well as myself. Right. So we wish to have you in the future. And at the meantime, last but not least, I would like to thank you all the participants that joining us through the Facebook as well as YouTube. I think this is something, one of the platform that we are trying to use. Normally we use like Webex, Google Meet, that you can enter and participate in an event, but this time we are using a different way. We are using a broadcasting type of approach. We have a studio, and we hope we can improve further and so on. I think one of the key important while we are discussing just now, actually, we cannot stop from moving ahead running conferences. Virtual is not an option, and at the meantime, while running the virtual or regardless, quality is very important. And to make sure that quality to meet, we have to have very good policy, good in place, references and so on. But in the meantime, also we cannot forget that what conference can offer is not only about the presenting papers, but actually offering opportunity to meet actually the networking part, so, and also collaboration part. I think that what Dr. Fanizu said, actually we are having a long list of the panel speakers. We would like to thank you everyone. I think all the participants has benefited, and hope to see you again in the future. On behalf of the event organizer, we would like to say thank you and hope to see you again. So by this, thank you and bye-bye.